Egg. Egg.
What the fuck? Oh,
Zoe!
right. Hold on a
Wait, where's
second.
Luke here?
Yeah, don't
Oh,
worry
it's
about
your
it.
PNG.
Yeah, it's just my PNG from yesterday. I'm realizing now that if I have co-stars, if I have co-hosts, you're blocking up the nice character graphic that I put up there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Darn.
Here, I'll tell you what. Let me just go into reactive, and I'll switch to my smaller image, and then you can put me somewhere where I'm less obtrusive.
Yes, good. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Everybody have you wished me a happy what? Hold on.
It's Zoe's
Everybody wished
birthday.
me. It's my rebirth day. That's a fun way of putting it.
I can't believe you're only 3 years old. Oh, it feels like just yesterday your mother brought you home, you know, and you've grown so much.
I know. I'm very articulate for a 3-year-old.
You
know?
Here, we brought you a Lego set for your birthday.
Oh my god, I love that. Oh wait, speaking of Lego sets, remember when I ordered Lego sets, everyone, for Sonic. Remember everyone when I bought a bunch of well, only two Lego Sonic sets? I got a I got a little 12-in-1 beach-themed Lego Creative set to go with it, and I had planned to build that on one of the streams where I built the other ones, but it did not happen. And now I'm like, well, that's not enough for a stream. So, well, what do I do? You know? I wonder what I should do. Now let me just move you a little bit, and then we'll talk about what today's stream is about.
I'm so small now.
You're so little, look at you go.
So itty bitty.
Making you really fucking little.
No, so small. No,
You're the smallest.
No, this is too small. The U-boats are gonna crush me.
Nah.
Aw, thank you.
They wouldn't do that, I don't think. Let's see.
I don't know. These guys are pretty clumsy. They might do it by accident.
Fair enough. By accident. They would not do it on purpose.
I know, that seemed kind of on purpose to me.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, but that's on me. That's me. They were taking me, you know? That's okay. They're allowed to take me. But, that it's frowned upon to attack co-hosts.
Ah, that's fair. I'm glad you put me here. I'm gonna sit here and flirt with this robot girl.
No, what?
Hey, baby.
But that robot is a stand-in for me in the game.
Oh.
Anyway. Hello everybody and welcome to my 3rd anniversary of starting HRT. Which is big excite, you know? We're gonna put on a different playlist also. There we go. I hope you're all having a good day. And that you are excited to watch one of my egg cracking games. As you can see, I've decked out the stream layout nicely for it. Fuck, dude, seriously?
God damn. Does HRT cause the hiccups as well?
Honestly, it might because I have them often. HR3, yeah.
Half a rifle free.
I was gonna say human resources, but okay.
Human resources free.
3. We've got the nice Transpride flag moving across the screen. We've got this character here, this robot girl that we will be playing in game, and I will explain why we are playing Phantasy Star 0. Want Phantasy Star 0 is een van mijn ei-break-spellen, zeg maar, weet je wel.
Which pride flag is that?
Waardoor ik... dat is de Nederlandse Pride vlag. Zeg maar, het is een van de spellen waarvan ik het speelde en dat ik als meisje speelde en dat vond ik veel leuker. En ik wist helemaal niet waarom, you know? Maar toen wist ik het wel, uiteindelijk. En nu zijn we hier. So that's why we're streaming. You all understand now why we're streaming this game. And I don't need to explain it again now. So that's very convenient.
Sorry.
Time! You can tell the exact moment she switched gears when she went wide eyes for a frame. Nice. I've got tells, you know. Anyway, the first HRT anniversary, I played Mega Man ZX, which is, I think, my biggest egg cracking game, but this one's up there. And that was really good and fun, and I definitely recommend playing that game. But do use a map, because the in-game map is bad. But other than that, it's really fucking good. So I'm fighting the sleepies at work today. Can you punch me real quick to help me stay awake?
Car battery!
Apparently, ow! Ah! What the ow? Can I just can you just throw a punch? Just throw a punch. Punch! 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 Okay, well, I can throw one punch. With my right hand, I can throw punches. So I hope that helped. I have to throw them slow. I have to be slow about it. I'm just not allowed. Yeah, I just have to be real slow with my punches. Whew. Yeah, you know? It's underwater punchies. But I'm not Coral Queen. I'm in my transgender fit today. I'm always in my transgender fit, obviously, but
We're
I'm
very trans here today.
We are so trans. I can feel the transgender in this stream tonight, you know?
In this room.
If I were Coral Queen, it'd be faster. That makes sense, yeah. The punches are slow, but the force behind them are immense. See, I need to hold back, otherwise it's too much, you know? Anyway.
Look at it go.
Mambaleo, mambalina, capirina, capirina, what? Yeah, mambaleo, mambalina.
I have taken steps trying to mitigate the amount of doorbell sounds, so hopefully that'll help.
Oh, that'll be nice, thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. This stream is making me more trans. Awesome! Ow. I'm so glad I could help with that Wraith Claw. So, played Mega Man ZX, it was really good. Then last year, I was on a hiatus during Halloween, and I'm not even, that this is out, and that this is a spooky month. I'm not even sure why I was anymore. I don't really remember, but I was, and therefore I was not able to do a stream for my
You were
HOT
too
anniversary.
scared.
I was too scared, that's what it is. So we're doing it this year, yay! And we're gonna play Phantasy Star Zero on a Nintendo DS. Both of them were DS games. How interesting. I did say Mega Man, because of Mega Man ZX. Is there anything else I would like to talk about first? Come on, let me fucking... God, I gotta do a VR stream again once my leg is good enough, because... God, I miss being able to actually make full movement with my arms, and I don't lose my hands, you know?
Yeah.
Mid-trekking. See, like, fucking... Anyway.
Remember that time you beat up a clown? Was that fucked up or what?
It was fun, it was good. I had fun. There was when you were working in Guild Wars 2 TJRPG and like 3 other projects. You had too much on your plate and needed a break. Oh, is that what it was? I still haven't even finished the Guild Wars 2 TJRPG thing. I'm working on like a much smaller little TJRPG homebrew now, which is Amphibia based, which is basically done.
Nice.
I mean, that is to say the rules for it, obviously, not the small campaign that I'll be running for Jody and some friends here. And yes, I did almost say Diane.
I've made a small edit to my PNG. Hopefully it doesn't affect anything too greatly.
Nice. Cute.
There we go.
I like that. Very good.
Thank you.
But yes, I had too much on my plate and stuff, and that was not good. So... I really don't think I have other things to talk about now.
That's it. That's the stream. Goodbye,
That's
everyone.
it. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Thank you
Goodbye,
for coming.
everyone. Thanks so much for coming.
ASM. Watch it. It's so fucking good. It's like the best show I've ever seen. Apparently,
God damn it! I always forget that happens when I go to the end screen.
watch Amphibia, fuckers.
Yeah, watch Amphibia. It's really good. It's my favorite show. It is my comfort show. I just put on random episodes from it sometimes when I need to watch something. And it's good. And it's really, really good. And it's awesome. And it rules. And it's got my favorite.
It's moving at us.
I wonder who it is. If only I had a little PNG. Give me just a moment.
Oh god, we've lost them. They're stuck in an uwu cycle. No! No!
Ew. Ew. Ew.
Gonna have to pull them out, gang.
Ew. Ew. Oh, do I need to put my pronouns first in the server nickname?
Oh, if you want to.
Okay.
I mean, it's something that I think is nice because then people can easily see them. But there is no, you don't need to or nothing. Anyway, wow! If it isn't Red!
Ew.
Hello.
Ew.
Red, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Red. You might know me as Red Buddy. I'm a cast member on Real Time Fan Dubs. I have a webcomic. You could look it up.
It's really
look up
good.
Pulse on Webtoon, all caps with an exclamation point. Don't forget the exclamation point, or it might not show up on search. Chapter 3's coming soon, I promise.
Fuck yeah.
I got commissions, and also I'm selling Mikey Angelo stickers on my Ko-fi, so that's also cool stuff. But also, I am a friend.
Yes. So real, so true.
But not to you viewers. You're not my friends. I don't know you.
No, sorry.
No past social relationships here.
Don't fucking do it.
Don't do it.
I'm GQ's friend.
Yeah. And guess what, Red? If you
What?
want, you can have a Knuckles on top of you.
Yes! My boy!
Fuck yeah, everybody loves Knuckles.
Knock.
My beautiful boy!
Here we go. We're covering up the robot anyway, which is it's whatever. It's gonna happen.
I hate to point this out, but someone also redeemed a Vector sticker earlier.
I know. Yeah,
Okay.
I knew, but I was busy. We'll put Vector over up here in the corner.
Don't put him anywhere fucking near me.
Yes, I know.
I'm joking, it's fine. I want sorry, I just want everyone to know the Vector thing's a bit. It is a bit. I don't hate Victor that much.
For some reason I wasn't following you. Let me fix that.
Oh no. That happens. Sometimes Twitch is also just unfollows people for no reason.
Oh, you actually died, I see.
Yeah, because
I
I
died.
could have sworn
fitting
I was
out.
following you.
Yeah, I'm back. But
It's
well,
okay.
Red, thank you so much for following.
No problem. No problem.
Car battery!
Ow. Anyway, okay.
Oh, you got one of those bonk things. I got your Twitch open on my other screen, so I just heard the ow, and then like 3 seconds later,
I got a bunch of bonks. They can throw a lot of things at me. I've got a health bar for it.
bonk, 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 bonk,
Bonk,
bonk.
bonk, bonk. Anyway, let's get take care of all the redeems, and then we can get into the game. So, okay. So first of all, we got Sonics, but I think I took care of all of those. I assume. No, I missed one.
Oh.
Sticker of Jodie's favorite character, but since Zevok is an option, let her pick.
Oh,
Not my favorite
Zevok.
character. That's not my favorite character at all.
No, you're just an apologist. That doesn't make him your favorite character.
Whose favorite is Zavok?
But there's nothing wrong with Savok.
Look,
Ow.
he's good in the comics. He's good in the comics.
He's better in comics, definitely.
Give me Amy.
All right, hell
But
yeah.
like, whose favorite is Zavok though? Right? Like,
Someone.
Right.
Every character's someone's favorite, aren't they? But
Presumably.
yeah, that's
There you
true.
go.
I'm just being a bully. If you like Zavok, then that's fair. He is a large lad. He looks like a Pokemon to me.
Yeah, he does.
If you like Savok, then Red hates you. They despise you.
Oh, I'm safe.
If you hate Zavok, then I'm in your house. I mean, if you like Zavok, I
In your
fucked up.
walls.
Sorry.
If you like Zevok, then your time is running out.
If you have any opinion on Zavok, then Red is coming for you. Do not have an opinion.
If you are aware of Zevok,
You are not allowed to acknowledge that Zavok exists. Not allowed.
Alright, we gotta do stretchies.
That's a cute little stretchy noise.
It is.
Oh my god, that hurted.
That was a bit.
Sorry, I don't control the noise.
That's okay.
She does not control them. She just does this.
It is generally a cute noise. That was.
Yeah, that doesn't usually happen. I don't usually get that high. Sippy. I think I just did a sippy, but I'll do another one.
These make worse noises, don't worry about it.
Oh, don't worry, I'm the master of terrible noises.
Oh, I've made some fucking noises. I made some horrible, scratchy noises.
Oh, see,
They're bad.
I'm not really the master of scratchy noises, but I can make a horrible wet sound.
Oh, fun. Wait, I can do this.
Oh,
That's pretty good, but what do you think of this?
Oh,
these
is-
are horror game noises.
that is going some places.
Yeah, it's actually not that hard to make if you want to try. All you gotta do is you just push air into like the upper part of your cheeks, like right next to your jaw, and then you just use your cheeks to push it back out.
No, that just sounds like a fart. Don't think I did it right. Anyway, let's do eggs so we can get to the game.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, so I'm actually gonna use move vector a little bit.
Ever since the Luigi's Majesty have sworn off tangent streams.
I'd like to get to the game because it's a
Yes.
JRPG, so it's gonna take a while.
Oh god, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's not gonna all be
Okay.
done in one stream,
Sorry.
obviously, but you know. No need to apologize. I'm having a lot of fun. Anyway, beep, beep. Wow, everyone, it's time for the it's time for the eggs, with the first egg of the night being Green Clunks. And then we've got Dynalope, Etramtoa,
Egg,
Vexfidel,
egg,
Egg, Kirakat,
egg,
Esteemed Jester,
egg,
Muzzleflash,
egg,
Polar Stars, Mildly Cloudy, Bench Dude, Elif Helix, who by the way, oh, ow, Elif Helix also suggested having a health pack redeem. I've already talked about that before, but I'm not doing that because that feels, I don't want to, like, then there's like a conflict between people wanting to keep the current alt and remove the current alt, and that's just not good. There was Fish. Then we've got a Space Junk, Rutsutera, Viridescent Fae, Lego Bama Real, Mecha VT. And that is the first axe stack, and starting the second is Crimson Flesher. And continue it is Wraithclaw. Thank you all so much for these. Oh! Paranoid!
A late
Coming in
egg.
clutch! Wow!
Yummy
Amazing. Mini egg.
yum yum yum.
Yum 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 yum. We're gonna make the mother of all omelets with these.
Oh wait. Gonna feed a village.
We're gonna feed the whole community with these. Oh, careful. Oh,
Red,
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Perhaps like you can just like mute as soon as you heard the dogs, please. Thank you. Yes. Hello everyone. Oh, hi. We've been here for a while now. It's time to play the game. And that's the end of that statement. Let's go do it.
Can't believe all those eggs in cracked today.
Yeah, dude.
For every
it's-
egg you redeem in this stream, someone gets their egg cracked as
Yeah,
a
a
fan.
trans person realizes.
Yes.
All right, here we go. But also, I have to pause it real quick and make sure that my lovely co-hosts can also see the game.
Yeah. I wonder how many eggs have ever been redeemed total on the stream.
Hundreds, easily.
I think it's probably into
Honestly-
the thousands at this point.
Yeah, it's possibly like 1,000. Is there sound? Yes, there is. Okay.
Oh, it's a DS game.
Yes, it is. Seems very quiet though.
Waltz has been contained. Again, I am so sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't blame you. Just I appreciate you taking effort to.
Of course.
You know.
Dog has been
Of course.
evicted from the property.
Dog has been put into a pocket dimension for a bit.
Ah, thank
Ooh,
God.
that's a really cool effect they got with the cloud layers. That
It
looks
is.
cool.
Like it's just a 3D cylinder that's rotating, but it's very effective.
Yeah, but yeah, like with the layering and
Let's do it.
stuff, that
Yeah.
looks awesome.
It's very, very nice. Okay, maybe it's loud actually.
Yeah, it was a bit loud. I had to turn down on my end.
So I don't know
Alright,
that much about Phantasy Star, apart from I know it was something that like Sonic Team did, right?
Did they do it?
Maybe
I
it's
don't
just
actually remember.
Sega.
It is Sega,
Yeah, no.
and they have crossovers with Sonic.
I think I'm thinking of Skies of Arcadia was the one that Sonic Team did. I think.
Okay.
All I know is that there was, I think, an MMO on the Dreamcast.
Yes.
Or was it just
Yeah,
an online?
Phantasy
That was-
Star Online.
Yes, that was Phantasy Star Online. Which, as far as I know, kind of solidified the current like aesthetic of Phantasy Star. I think before that it was a little bit more traditional fantasy looking. But I only have experience with Phantasy Star Zero and Phantasy Star Online 2, so don't quote me on that at all. But boy, do I love this game, and it's been a while since I played it. So even though I've played it multiple times, it's still there's still a lot of stuff that's gonna be fresh to me, or like moments of like, oh yeah, I remember that, you know.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah. Oh, opening. Here we go.
Oh, has it got an anime opening?
It's got an anime opening, baby.
Oh yeah!
Thank you very much, Twinkle Tears, for the subscription.
He's a boy with dreams.
Yes. He is
He's a lad with dreams.
He's a man with dreams. She's a girl with dreams.
This
So
girl's
many
got some
dreams.
dreams.
And he is a robot. And that
With
means he's already achieved his
dreams.
dream. Because what could be better than being a robot?
And
He
that's
is a
a
dragon with
dragon.
dreams.
Do robots dream of electric dreams?
They have electric dreams.
Dream inside a dream, that's crazy.
Robots dream about solving math problems.
Oh god, I hope not.
Ryan would do that.
I mean, it's okay though, because
She's a lady with dreams.
These are all people with. There's the robot! There's a girl!
There's a robot with dreams. I love that one character's introduction just basically just had a of her like flailing around just to show her ass and titties.
I know, it's very awkward.
What do you think is better, that or that gif with the boob bounce where the boobs switch places?
excuse
I
me,
mean, have you never seen
know-
that?
I don't think I have. They switch places.
They switch
Yeah.
places. Hang on, let me see if I can find it.
Okay, this is which shows a
Makes
test
sense.
character. So we're gonna kill her. That's why she's screaming because she doesn't
No,
want to die.
no,
Kill her, kill her,
no,
kill her.
please,
Goodbye.
No.
Ah!
no. You took a life today, Zoe.
Yep, I did. It was awesome.
Fucked up.
I enjoyed it. So, most of the characters we saw in that intro cinematic, in that beautiful anime intro, the hair flick as they were being obliterated, like, I accept. And I can't fucking deal it, of course. Nope, I can't. I'm not allowed to flick my hair. I'm just not allowed. It's probably because I have, like, fishnet gloves and a billion accessories and shit that the thing just has trouble recognizing my hands. But
Yeah,
I will
probably.
suffer for my style.
Hell yes, slay girl.
Yeah. Anyway, so most of the characters we saw, especially in the like final group shot, are just potential player characters. So at maximum, I think 4 of those will appear in your game, because this game does have multiplayer, which we will not be experiencing.
Oh my god, they do switch places.
Yeah, they
How did you just end it?
they spin around like fucking.
So bad.
How do Tails' tails not get tangled up debate? Well, meet this.
Anime has to be stopped. It needs to end. It's gone too far.
We have to kill it. We have to end
Some
anime.
mercy
I'm so
killing.
sorry. Yeah, it is. It'll do the world good. I think like it'll like in like a couple decades there'll be like those memes of like the dominoes, you know? And it's like killing anime, world peace, you know?
So true.
Anyway, so in this game you can pick between being a human, a robot,
Obvious
or
choice.
an elf
You're gonna go
from
for human,
space.
right?
No,
Robot.
of course I'm gonna be fucking robot. Duh.
Fuck yeah, robots!
Naturally, I mean,
Didn't
like,
even fucking pretend. Didn't even go along with
of
us.
course. Listen, I'm so sorry. There are certain times where
You can't go along with
I
it.
cannot go along with a bit.
Morally.
My instincts of wanting to be a robot are too great. You know, I can't pretend to not pick the robot race. It's impossible for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Gary knew. So, you know, the guy that made Gmod.
Men when the new men walk in.
So the sad thing here is that robots cannot be magic users,
No.
which is a shame.
They don't have souls,
But
though.
they are robots.
They are robots, so it's fair. Also, they can see traps, which is very useful.
That does sound pretty useful.
And they also can have guns, and it's weird.
It's robots.
I think humans are the only one that can do everything. Yeah, so they have a starter class for every kind of build,
Fair enough.
which is lame and biased.
Robots.
Robots. This is the story of Zola Mecha Queen and her journey on the moon, or something. I never played this one. Well, we'll find out. When is Robo Queen? Oh, don't fucking think that a robot
You
alt
do
is
not
not
ask.
very high
Do
on
not
the
know what
list.
you ask.
Listen, okay. I'm not saying which one I'm like currently trying to work on. I'm not gonna say that, but I've got a couple alts that are much higher up on the list and much more worked out than the other potential alt models. And a robot alt is extremely high and extremely fleshed out. You know, aside from all the flesh, which is not there, of course. There is no flesh. It is not fleshed out at all, but it is.
It's a robot.
It's a robot, but you know what I mean. The original Queen. Okay, me, Gauntlet Queen. I'm a cyborg, and I am also an AI who is pretending to be a cyborg. So
Wait.
all of my alts are AI as a baseline, but within that reality, you know, like underneath that layer, I'm a cyborg. Oh, the OG. Oh, right. But that's not a queen. The OG is not a queen. It's the only one that's not a queen.
I think you're a queen, Zoe.
Oh, thanks. Not Zoe being kind of autistic for robots. Kind of. Oh man, I gotta try harder. What is hello queen? It's Zoe, but she says hi. Hi.
It's a very normal queen. We have normal queen.
We have normal queen. It's just
Yes.
it's when I post a selfie of real life, you know?
I was talking about the one that didn't even have the hair dye. Like,
No,
like-
that's Gauntlet Queen just without the hair dye.
That's pretty normal.
I guess. Still a cyborg.
Fair enough.
Still.
Oh, you're saying being a cyborg isn't normal, is it?
Oh, fuck, what have I done? Anyway, let's get back to the game. So, when I originally played this game in 2000 something, I immediately was like, well, I have to play a robot, right? Because, like, who gives a shit about these other two? I gotta play a robot. Even then, I was like, gotta be a robot. I love robots so much. So I picked a robot, and because my egg hadn't cracked yet, I went with the first one. Because I like hitting things, so I went with the melee one. Hold on. Why does the music go slower?
I don't know.
Weird.
That's a bit worrisome. That's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
For some
probably-
reason, this screen takes up double the RAM than the other one does.
I guess. I mean, I've tested playing like through a level and stuff, and I think it ran fine. So
Maybe the emulator's just like, ooh, robots.
don't you want to really take in these pictures?
This is thinking music.
And I mean, this isn't any slower, so I think it might just be the music. Maybe that's on purpose.
Fair
I don't
enough.
remember. Anyway, so I went with this one, which is the masculine melee robot. Which, looking at him now, this is nothing. This evokes nothing in me, you know?
No.
Like, yeah, okay. It's not a bad design. It's just, it's so whatever to me now.
I feel nothing.
And then there's the feminine melee robot, who is better. I like this. But what I originally went with was this one, because
Yes.
she's cute,
Yes.
And pink.
and she's cute, and she's pink.
She's your favorite color.
She's my favorite color, and she's cute. And if there's,
So it looks
you know,
like you can change body color.
you can, yes, as well as the headpiece.
Oh, cool.
But I kind of just like the original the best.
It is pretty good.
The ponytail's out. The ponytail's also.
Chonkel 2 love gaan.
Hi, Hel.
Ponytail does also make me go ooh.
2 love happy HRT anniversary.
Thank you so much, Hal. Thank you, and thank you so much for the subscription. Hi. Feel free to pop in if you want. In the voice call, I mean. Anyway, so I went. Okay, so as I specified. So I played through the game with this guy, right? Ow. I played through the game with this guy, and I had a blast. And then I was like, dang, I'd love to play through it again. Because I loved it so much, and I really like these characters and the story and stuff, and I can try a different build, you know? So then I was like, I guess I'll go with the fighty one. And you know what? I'll pick a girl because, and this is what I always did when I played through a game again with a female character, I want to see how the dialogue changes when you're a girl.
Oh, of course,
Right?
of course.
That is
Of
what
course.
that's what I told, that's what I said to myself.
I just
and
want
I
to
will
see
say-
the dialogue.
Yeah, and I will say that at least the first few times, I don't think that was me telling myself anything, because I've always been very interested in game development and stuff. So I think I just genuinely was curious, but at some point it stopped being about that, you know?
Yeah.
So I picked the cute girl robot because she's a girl and she uses a gun, so it's different. It's a different build. And I enjoyed the game so much more the second time around when I was playing as this character, and so I continued to replay the game as this character. Not really thinking about why. I don't know. I just thought the design was cute and that was fun. Who knows?
Did you ever
Did
pick
it
a
matter
character
that
that
I?
isn't the robot?
No. I mean, I think once, but then I didn't beat it.
This is the robots are integral to the
It is
enjoyment.
integral, yeah. I don't know. There was just something, I felt much more connected to the characters in the world when they were addressing me as a girl. How strange. How
Weird.
odd.
Very cisgender.
Yep. Extremely. I'm not queer at all. No. Nope. Not even a little. So, that is the story of why this game is being played today. Now, how about we make the character? So, what are we gonna want to go with?
The ponytail is very cute.
Yeah. I'm not too much of a fan of this one. I know why it's here. It's because it's the same headgear that's worn by a character from, I think, Phantasy Star Online 1. Also, can we talk about the model? I fucking love it.
It's so cute.
I just, the way that that the arms are modeled and stuff.
I love big chunky sleeves
I
like
know.
that.
It's
They
so
are very
good, and the
cool.
feet, it's so fun. I love it. Anyway, this one, or maybe this one. I like it. Don't love it.
I
I'd say it should be-
I do like the ponytail one. Yeah,
And I
think,
feel like that's sorry. Go on.
I was just saying, I think that one's the best for me. I think.
I feel like it's fitting, you know. After all this time, I've matured from the much more childlike pigtails and moved up to a ponytail.
So true.
know?
You've grown.
Yes. Seeing the robot in this game makes me wish PSO2 had better robot hair options. Yeah, a thing that I really don't like about like the way that they did the cast in Phantasy Star Online 2 is that generally speaking they just sort of look like humans with like some joints visible, you know? Stupid. This absolutely is my favorite kind of robot person, where their face
just human enough, but still got the visible parts.
yeah, like they have a humanoid shape, but they're so clearly a robot. Their face doesn't emote, you know? It's so good. They do still here have the misogyny of having the male robots have like just like Gundam heads.
Yeah.
And the female robots have faces, but the faces don't emote. So, and they don't have pupils or anything, and that looks good. Oh, I get cheesed.
They're just painted on.
Pretty much. Sculpted. It's like that Miku that I made, remember?
I do remember. That was a good Miku. The crab.
The crab, yeah.
The crab.
Fucking
Crab.
Return to crab.
return to crab Miku.
Return
It's time.
the crab.
Return the crab.
We also have to take a safety. Kind of sucks you can be a Gundam-looking girl. They actually did have an update for Phantasy Star Online 2 at some point that does allow you to be a Gundam girl, but it's still like it's one or the other. You can't mix and match female and male parts. Quote unquote female male. You know what originally were female and male parts. Now they are just parts. You know. But you have to be all Gundam or all girl. So
Lame.
still, you know, could be better. And also, a Millie Bays here, thank you so much for the egg, as well as Twinkle Cheese and Ashley Miami. Thank you both.
All girl.
I did make one. Like, I have two characters in Phantasy Star Online 2, one of which is like a girl who, punches, obviously, which is not an option in this game, which is big sad. So we're just gonna use a great sword. Who is it was very big and tall, and the other one is a Gundam who is as small as possible, who uses magic. But they can use magic in that game, so that's good.
That's fun.
Yeah. So we got that, and then we've got colors. I don't think there's anything really wrong with like the base colors they start you off with.
No.
They look very nice.
Might be fun to just play with the highlights a little bit, but the orange does not look good with pink.
No.
At least not that shade of orange.
It's very strange how limited the colors are. You've only got like 3 choices at A and 3 choices at C.
Yeah, it's
It's a
weird. They
bit of a
usually give you
sad.
more. They usually give you more color choices than they do of choices that like would require them to actually model new stuff. That's weird.
Yeah, right? It is a bit odd. I don't know. I think they just wanted to have these character designs kind of sort of like stick to their original designs.
That's fun.
Okay, yeah, this is a Miku color. This is what I sort of, I think this is what I originally used. This is the color scheme originally used.
That's the trans flag.
It is
Oh my
the
god, it's a trans flag!
you're right.
Okay, well, we gotta
Foreshadowing.
get, oh my god!
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
It's the trans flag, oh my god!
Oops.
Whoops. That
But
is
jokes
really
aside, that is a
funny.
very nice color scheme.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
damn,
is
how-
nice, right?
How did your egg
Yeah.
survive this?
I had a very strong egg, I think.
How did you not like immediately get to this color scheme and then just be like, oh?
This is like the equivalent of this, like taking your egg and like ramming it with a hammer, with a sledgehammer, and the egg is fine.
Yeah.
Like there's just there's a little crack in there, but it's not broken at
You
all.
put it in the hydraulic press and the press breaks.
I would say
Equivalent of
my
putting your egg in a microwave and the microwave dies.
no. I will say
good
that
idea to
unless you are
microwave this.
already trans, not many people know what the trans flag looks like.
No, that's true.
It's
I did not
weird.
know.
True. It's just so funny that means it wasn't even subconscious.
It just
destiny.
happened.
Yeah.
It was fate. The tea god was like, perhaps I will do a funny foreshadowing.
This will pay off in the year 2023. I know it.
I don't know if I like the yellow.
No, but what would be the better color?
The red kind of looks nice.
It does look nice. It's a fun
Lesbian.
contrast to the teal.
Here.
Yeah. All right. This is the. We cannot make the mag match, but we can get close. The mag, by the way, to those who don't know, is not a specific thing to being a robot. It's just everybody just have fun. It's just like a little robo buddy
Just
that
a-
you can feed items to, and they become stronger and better, and can help you in battle.
It sounds like isn't that a mechanic in Destiny? Did Destiny rip off Phantasy Star?
Yes. It did,
Okay,
definitely,
just
for
checking.
sure.
Just checking.
I,
we gotta-
Sorry, just to say, I know this robot's a girl and everything, but I do slightly dislike the cute poses she does, like the hands behind back anime schoolgirl pose.
I mean, yeah,
It's
but
very
we,
strange to me.
The gay part of me is like, oh, cute, but the progressive part of me is like, I bet the guy eyes don't do those.
no, but I don't think the other female robot does it either. It's just that we pick the cutesy robot right now, you know?
I guess.
Okay.
That's just how it is. I mean, let's find
Yeah,
out actually.
just-
Let's find out if we have to boycott the game now.
Ain't
No,
that
see, this
just
one's a
like-
bad bitch.
Yeah. Ain't that just the contradiction of life though, you know, being like progressive but like also being a lesbian.
No, so true. See, that's all she
mean,
does. It's fine.
There are times when like you see like male-oriented stuff and you're just like, oh yuck. But then there are times when you see it and you're like, that's so cute though.
It's cute. I like it.
I think I
It's
made
cute
like
and fun.
I think I made like a post about it a while back, but there's this character from the manga Sakamoto days whose design is like really obviously like meant to pander to the male gaze, but it's also just really cool. She just looks
Damn.
really cool. Let me get like
hate
a
when it happens.
picture of her because she looks so cool.
Sure. While you look for that, we're going to listen to some voices to pick the best one.
I found a picture of her.
Okay, that one's pretty good. Sure. No.
No,
No.
I like that one. Oh no?
It's
Alright.
fine.
Well, let's see what else we got.
Meh.
That one's pretty good.
Yeah, but I feel not
Yeah,
fitting
it
for the
doesn't.
character. I feel.
It
Ow.
doesn't fit the character as a thing.
No.
Yeah,
That one could work.
I'll sort of in the middle.
Oh, you can also pick none. That's cute.
None. Do not speak. She's a mute autistic.
I mean,
would
autism
say-
and
say
robots
1
go
or 8.
together like furries and technology.
Autism.
And autism.
And autism.
The first one sounds ready to form active violence. I know. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like that's probably the one that I picked when I was little. I would say 8 or 1. What are we thinking?
I'd give it 8 personally.
Really? I'm thinking 1.
Also, Space Junk, I mean, I don't know what you'd look like, but I think that anyone could do anything, you know? Don't write yourself off. You could be super cutesy IRL.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
Red, which voice do you think is best?
Ah,
Out of 1 and 8.
let me hear the first one again. No. Yeah, I think I like that one more. Maybe. The
It
first
is-
one's fine.
It is your HLT anniversary though, so you do get to
Yeah,
pick.
so you got final call on
Yeah,
this.
fair enough. Okay, fine. I guess we'll go with 1. I guess I win. Yay.
You win. Also, I put a picture of her in chat.
I looked at it. That design does go kind of hard.
She is my wife. Her name is Kumanomi for those in chat, and she's my wife. And she also killed me, but it's okay because
That's
she's
fucked
my
up.
wife.
No, that's allowed.
don't
That's fine.
Don't say that about my wife.
How could you?
She killed you!
You're always saying bad things about people's wives.
Yeah, you're always.
What do you mean?
God forbid women do anything.
You keep saying that Ursula from Little Witch Academia divorced me. Like, that is
You're
not
not
so
married
not
to Esther
true.
from Little Witch Academia, that's not a thing that happened!
She's my wife!
For fuck's sake.
We're married! Anyway.
Space junk. It's important to remember that being cute isn't a looks thing, it is a vibes-based thing, just like
It's
all
a
the
state
things
of
in space
mind.
things.
Also, you
Exactly.
can be cute and also break someone's spine like Bane did to Batman. You can. It's
That is true.
not
Yeah.
mutually exclusive. Now, what are we going to call this robot? Zoe is the easy thing, but
What if we make it Zoe, but like make it like robot, like maybe like
Metal Queen.
Z.03-03.
and then also a Y because that's how I spell my name.
Nah, see, you gotta put a dash in there to make
Ooh,
it
of
more
course, yes.
robot-y.
Can you put
Can
a
we
dash
do
in
that?
there?
I don't think we can. Oh wait,
well,
symbol. Here we go.
Yeah. CO3-Y.
Awesome.
Zoe.
Should we do that? Zoe.
Then
If
add
you-
a 2 in there for spice.
No, wait.
Wait, do 8008 so it's boob.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Zoe boob.
Zoe boob.
Zoe boom.
Zoe boob.
Something that I do think is very funny when the game says you pick names is doing something like this.
Zoe.
Zoe.
Or what about a question mark? Zoe?
So?
Every time a character says your name is apprehensive, like Zoe.
Yeah. Zoe.
No, Zoe.
Question mark.
I do like it when you see videos where people have like named their character like fuck off or something. So every NPC is just like go do this quest for me. Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah.
God, there's this like killer
Like,
moment in like in an earlier like when Penny and Ryan were playing Pokemon XY where like they named their character bitch. And you know, when like you start the game, you know, you're battling with your friends and and they lost against one of them and the friend was like, how do you like that, bitch?
That's what Pokemon's all about.
Also, Mildly Cloudy says put quotation marks and become an enigma. I like that a lot
Zoe?
actually. Just Zoe.
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 Oh shit, whoops. But should it be Zoe though? Because it's not.
We
This
can-
isn't
we can
me
do
anymore.
something
You know?
different.
It's a character to help me become who I am, but it's not.
Okay.
Does the character have a canon name?
No.
No. Okay.
What's a fun like mechanical part? That's usually what I like to use, like rivet or
So this is my
like
first guess. Also, Rivet.
yeah, rivets are fun. Or
Joints.
joint.
And she
or-
does
here,
weed.
Let me look up like glossary of mechanic.
Zoe version 0.5. That's cute, actually. But no.
Astro Gel. So it's like Astro Gel.
Oh, that's fun. But maybe we should have a trans name, actually, yeah? Well, Phantamil, thank you very much for your egg. And can
What
I
about
get...
Axel?
It feels too masculine to me, personally.
Her name Jen Ender.
Jenny Ender.
Jenny Ender. There we go.
That is not at all what casts or names are like, I don't think, but that doesn't matter.
What about Radius Gen, like gender, and it's a circle?
Jen, actually, just Jen
Son.
works. Just Jen.
Yeah. Jenny from My Life as a Teenager.
Yo,
That's so
I love that show.
It's
but
so
let me get Derek a fitting name as per esteemed jester's request.
a fitting name.
Oh, sorry, a fitting hat.
I agree,
don't
Derek
have, like,
does
an-
need a fitting name.
I don't have a trans pride hat,
How
but
could you?
then Derek isn't trans, so. Well, in that case, we're gonna do the Model ZX hat drawn by Niezna, because that was another one of my Trans Awakening games. So it's
How about
fits.
Joule, like Joule, and that's also, it's like a unit of energy.
That's kind of cute. How'd you spell it? Like G
Joule.
J
Joule.
J O
U-L-E.
U-L-E. That's kind of cute.
It's a
We
nice
can like
name.
robotify it with zeros and threes and stuff.
I don't think cast names are robotified like that. I think they just sort of have.
Oh.
Like, I think there's a robot in here called like Ogle. But
Oh,
it's
Oh.
Ogle.
I see the names for like orcs.
Ooh, Piston
Fuck
is
that.
also a cute name.
Piston is kind of fun. But I kind of like Jewel though.
These are my robots. They're called Oignal and Grunk.
Fuck off.
This
Ogle
is-
Lego
these-
backwards. Oh fuck, is it? We're gonna find out when we meet him.
These are my robot children, Split Nut and Sprung Mass.
This is my robot children. Fuck and bitch.
Toe and Torque.
This is my shit-ass robot, Cubot.
I hate Cubot so much. Here's my robot schematic. Alright, I think we can go with Jill. I like Jill.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a nice name.
Let's go. Well, everyone. Ow. It's been an hour. We're finally starting the fucking game.
I like
Here
how
we
it
go.
said. I like how it said this character we created. Is that okay? As you can just undo it instantly.
Is it okay if we create this character for you?
Is it okay?
Is that
I'm
okay?
sorry if it's not. You know, we tried real hard.
What's the dressing room? Can you like put clothes on this guy?
No, you can just do. It's just this again.
Okay, you can just.
So it doesn't even matter if when the character's created because you can just change it anytime.
Yeah, but not the name and stuff.
I guess so.
We have created your character. I'm so sorry. The
so
Robot
sorry.
Brothers, Gimbal and Default Blender Cube.
Okay, now I'm just imagining a game where you can just design a custom character, but when you click you're done, the game can create it wrong and just be like, oh, we're sorry, we so fucked up all over the hair, I think the eyes are the wrong color.
God, that'd be so funny.
I feel like it actually happened to me at one time, but like via a bug. My character just like changed past creation. It was like, what the fuck is this? And I have to restart. It was at the start of the game, so it wasn't that big a deal, but still. Anyway, let's go! Well, it's the opening again. It's been an hour, so we'll show it to everybody else who hasn't seen it yet. And you know, it's been an hour, so maybe you forgot, you know? Also, I like the music. Especially that moment there where it did a little hitch, which was not there supposed to be.
A boy with dreams.
Not again.
A man with dreams.
I'm sick of all these dreams.
A girl with dreams.
A robot who has
With
already achieved the
seams.
ultimate dream of being a robot.
A dragon.
Dragon with dreams.
With dreams. These
Can be
creatures also had dreams, but they're dead now.
Can be honest, I think the dragon might have achieved the dreams as well, to be honest.
Fair enough. Maybe it wants to be a robot dragon.
Oh, so true. I could be a fool.
A guy with dreams. That guy with dreams again. Yowie.
A girl with Astidian dreams.
A bunch of humans with dreams. A bunch of space elves with dreams. A bunch of robots who have already achieved a dream.
Have you
Together,
considered-
they're chasing the same dream. being a robot.
I was gonna say, have you considered maybe the ass and titty are her dreams?
Oh, so true. She's trans and she's done it.
It is.
Wow.
Wow.
A girl with two dreams. She's achieved one. The other one is being a robot.
The other is having big tits.
She got that one already. Now she just wants to be a robot.
I gotta be honest, though, I think you're greatly exaggerating how much everyone else wants to be a robot.
I mean, but it's so good though. Anyway, shush. There's lore.
Oh, sorry.
A rift between God and mortal cut through the tribes like a blade. Then there was desolation.
Love desolation.
A vast
Desolation of Smaug.
war.
Hey, Desolation is a Guild Wars 2 server that I'm on.
2 centuries went by.
See, Chet gets it. They want to be robots.
People survived.
I mean, I want to too, but you know,
Edge of oblivion.
other people.
Don't hear anyone saying no.
That's because there's no cis people in your audience.
And that's the way we want it. Cis people DNI.
Exactly.
I'm tired of queer media trying to not alienate non-queer people. Now I want nothing more than to alienate non-queer people.
I want violence.
A
Gay, 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 gay,
Gay,
gay,
gay,
gay,
gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay.
I love violence so much.
I hope we're paying attention to the story because it's important.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand the story. There's gay,
Gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay, gay.
yeah, that's all I'm picking up. You're pointing at the screen of this character, it's just been gay, 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 gay.
Oh my god, wait, this is the girl with the dream.
Oh my gosh, that girl has a dream.
Oh, also one thing that's funny about this game is that depending on the race you play, you actually get a different story, and I have no idea how any of the other
fun.
stories go.
Because you never played them.
I never
Because
play any of
why
the other
would you-
ones.
What if, like, there's a final story where you get to play as a human elf robot?
Yeah, if you get all of them, you get the final story.
Yeah, you gotta get all the Chaos Emeralds.
Damn, you played this game before? I didn't know. You seem so knowledgeable.
Oh, well, that's just because I know things because I'm the smartest in the world.
Ah,
Oh.
of course. Now, this game has dialogue, but no voice acting except for the pre-rendered, like the anime cutscenes. So you know what that means.
We get to voice act.
Yeah! Who wants to be the girl with the dream?
Hey, can you hear me?
I have a dream!
Can you hear my voice?
Pretend not to hear any of it.
No! That's me.
I was not made with ears.
Sorry.
I do not have... What? I don't have fucking ears.
They stole my ears, elf.
So sorry. I just didn't expect you to wake up so fast. That's great, though. I'm so glad. I was really worried when I found you lying in the snow there. Not that cold bothers casts much, right? You don't seem hurt, which is good, but that doesn't explain why you're here. Unless I totally just woke you up in the middle of a nap. Did I? Aw, I did, didn't I?
Just give me 5 more minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at it.
Well, now I feel bad.
See, she's a typical lesbian. She saw a robot just around. I was like, I gotta go talk to that thing.
I know.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name's Sarisa. I'm from the mountains, but not these mountains. Never mind. Anyway, what's your name?
Oh, also, yeah, CAST stands for Cool Ass Robot Trans. It's true.
That's not how those work.
I think CAST stands for something, but I don't remember what it is. Maybe we'll find out over the course of this game. Wow.
Oh, maybe.
My name's Jewel. My friend picked it for me.
Well, it's good to meet you, Jewel. I know you're just waking up still, but do you think you could walk? I'm scared and alone, and I don't know where I am. The last thing I had this tree bark.
I like.
Oh, that sucks. I don't have to eat anything. Do you want to be a robot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like.
that's my dream.
Oh, nice. We know our dream now. It's
saw
very
some lights.
relatable.
I saw some lights not too far off from here. I think it's a city. They don't allow me in cities anymore.
What?
I kept eating all the tree bark from the cities.
I kept eating all their tree bark. There's loads I want to ask you about, but this isn't exactly the coziest spot.
Okay.
I like how you told this girl that you were sleeping, and she still asked if you can walk. Yes, sleeping does not make you forget how to walk.
Well, glad to know I'm not the only one who thinks this place is kind of spooky. I mean, the trees don't even have bark. How did that happen?
I don't know. It was there a moment ago. I don't know. It just disappeared. I don't know.
Yeah. Crunch, crunch. Here, follow me. I know more or less which way we're headed, I think.
Oh, I know a
We'll
more.
see.
I love a more or less. You know.
Yeah.
There's lots I want to ask you about. First, do you like girls?
Tyron City.
I forgot.
Please.
Wait, I forgot that you just instantly end up in the city. I thought you had to like walk there. But no, I guess
Wow,
not.
everybody's so full of life. I wonder if all surface cities are like this.
I've been to a city that's not true.
True.
Sorry, Joel. I'm just a little surprised is all. I thought they were gonna recognize me. In any case, we should be safe here, so we can get back to that conversation now. Heh, which is good, so I'm about to burst from holding on in all these questions and all this tree bark.
I think maybe I wasn't supposed to eat that.
Yeah. You must have a few yourself, huh? If you're awake enough, ask away. I'll answer anything I can as best as I can. As long as it doesn't require my lawyer present.
Ask me anything about the taste of tree bark, which I know about because I read it in a book.
I read it in a book.
You know books are made of tree bark? I read it in a book.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you got like the most important character in the beginning of the game.
Oh,
You just have to do all the voicing.
That's okay.
I feel like I missed something. Why did she eat tree bark? Like I feel like I blanked out.
Because she was stuck in the woods for a really long time, and it's all she had to eat.
Oh, I see. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Have you ever had peppermint bark? It's not real bark. They lied to me. Ow.
Use the book to absorb the knowledge more efficiently.
What is this place? Red?
Oh, sorry. What? It's a city, silly. We just walked here together, remember? I don't. You make it sound like you've never seen one before. I have seen a city before, haven't you?
No, I was lost in the woods, looking at tree bark and not eating it for a few years.
Why would you do something stupid like that?
I don't know. I like the woods. It's nice.
You're acting kind of strange, Joel.
Oh, don't act like not eating tree bark is weird. Not
It's
eating
super
tree bark,
weird.
that'd be weird.
Okay, guys, I think this girl might actually be autistic. Because you asked her what is this place, instead of giving you a name, she described what a city was. It's just...
She just assumed we didn't know what a city actually was, instead of just asking what this specific city was.
Yeah.
Well, she does want to be a robot after all, so yeah, she's probably autistic.
I don't think that's true.
And why were you sleeping up there anyway? What were you doing before you fell asleep?
Being awake.
Oh. Crunch, crunch. Do you not remember? Huh. Maybe what they said is really true.
I remember it clearly. I was awake, and then I stopped being awake.
You do? Look, it's not a problem or anything. And just a heads up, you're a terrible liar. It's super obvious.
No, fuck.
I heard somewhere that none of the casts waking up from stasis have any memory of the past.
Oh, I should also say real quick that you do not need any kind of prior knowledge of the series to understand this game. It's sort of like a Final Fantasy situation where it has themes. It has themes and types of creatures and stuff, but there is no like direct story connection really. Like you don't need to know anything else. So.
Okay, good.
Whoa, themes!
Whoa, themes! What the fuck?
I'm scared. What is this place? Begins to describe a city. I don't like being called out like this. Sorry. When she's eating trail mix, it's literally just dirt, bark, and other trail components.
It's yummy.
Yum 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 yum. Full of nutrients, fiber. Does this
Is
have
tree bark
robot?
full of fiber?
I think so. I always thought that trees were full of fiber.
I think so.
Right? I think
maybe
so.
it depends on the type of tree.
I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, they do have fiber
Yeah,
and carbohydrate traits. Apparently.
dude, eating bark is totally healthy and good for you.
You should eat more bark.
Yeah, Chad, you should eat more bark.
Hey kids, eat more
go on.
bark.
Today,
Do
during the break at 9 p.m., you should all get some bark to eat. You know?
Oh, I'm learning so much about eating tree bark. Actually, apparently it's relatively nutritious. Apparently, it contains 500-600 calories to the pound.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe eating tree bark in the wild when you're lost in the woods isn't such a bad idea after all. Which it never was. Does this have robot cat girls like Phantasy Star 2? Do you mean, okay, because I'm not sure, do you mean, well, maybe you're saying PlayStation 2, but I doubt it. Do you mean Phantasy Star 2, or do you mean Phantasy Star Online 2? Because that's an important distinction. Also, no. I'm sorry, I don't think it does. I mean, maybe the other female cast has like a headpiece that looks like cat ears. Maybe, who knows? Anyway, boop. Red?
Maybe bringing you to the city was a mistake then. For more reasons than just that.
You're kind of embarrassing me.
There could have been some kind of clue about your past there on that mountain. And I heard there's a big windstorm coming that'll blow away any loose objects you leave around.
We cannot go back up there ever.
We can't go back out there. There was an avalanche.
It was a fucking avalanche. Listen, we can't go up there. We should go to a different forest where that still has bark.
There was a twister like from Twister, and the entire landscape is obliterated.
It's gone. Please trust me.
I do have bad news though, guys.
Oh no.
Apparently, when you eat tree bark, you don't eat the crunchy bit. You have to shave it down and eat the soft inner part.
Oh.
You don't get the crunch.
Tell that to Sarisa.
The crunch has absolutely
care.
no nutritional value, apparently.
Well, if it's not bad for you, then like.
Hey.
It is
true.
bad for you.
Ah, fuck. How bad?
It will definitely hurt your stomach, and some of it might be poisonous.
Damn.
We're all dying, but let's get you some tree bark.
Everyone's gonna die sometime. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Might as well die in nature. Might
Might as well die enjoying that crunch. Love that crunch.
Love that crunch. Anyway, yeah, I'd love to know who I am, I guess. Would I?
No, not
No,
particularly.
it's up to you.
I guess right now, yes. There's like some of these kind of settings, you know, where the question of of a character's past only comes up much later when they already have a present, you know?
Yeah.
And then it's like,
Yeah.
well, honestly, at this point, it's not that I'm not curious. It's just like I feel like I shouldn't go through the trouble for a potentially bad answer, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just stick with what I got.
You're living in the past, so you gotta move on.
But right
Yeah.
now, Jewel here like has nothing, you know? So yeah, okay, she is curious right now.
Fair enough.
Of course.
I wouldn't worry too much. I get the feeling you'll be just fine. If it takes more than just chance to run into somebody like this, our meeting's gotta have some meaning. Crunch, crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
Fuck's sake.
I mean, it feels like the start of some great adventure, doesn't it? I love stories like that.
Does it? We met in the woods.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it's just a feeling, but there's no harm in having faith, right? Crunch, crunch.
Is religion real in this world?
I feel like this girl is plotting something. She's like, wow, it sure does feel like the start of a great adventure. Finally, someone to drag along on my heist.
It's very much what it feels like. She's like, oh, nice, I have a friend to get into hijinks with, you know?
Now, I'm just gonna meet someone at this bank, but I have a really important appointment after, so when I get in the car, I need you to drive very fast.
I have this guy
okay,
who's supplying
thumbs
us
up.
swords.
And Jill's just like, okay, so she's gonna rob the bank, but I'm ACAB, so I'm not sure what I should do now.
Anti-bank.
Ooh, do we anti-bank? Wow, it feels like a fictional story up in here.
Does she know? Is she aware?
Also, hello, Dr. King Boss. Yeah, we've got a wonderful co-host here today, too. But you're talking about one of them. Although, honestly, I feel like at this point you could confuse either for a goat, maybe.
I'm not a goat.
I know.
I am.
I know. And why are you a goat?
Just ask that. Bah, you're a bah.
Good answer.
Oh, Red, I'm making a TTRPG currently who's a goat girl. TTRPG character, I mean.
Oh yeah, I think you told me about that.
Oh, did I?
I think so.
Oh. Well, I told you about a different one who was like a cyberpunk character, but that one might not happen anymore. But I've got a different one who's a goat.
Ooh,
Yeah.
cool.
Anyway, dialogue. Let's get going.
For now, let's walk around and learn what we can about this place. If we're lucky, maybe we'll find a shortcut back to the mountain, or an easy way to get your memories back.
I sure hope this TTRPG doesn't have too much voice, too much talking.
This JRPG, you mean?
Yes, I meant TTRPG, not TTRPG. I've been saying TTRPG for the last 4 to 4 days.
I know, they get confusing. Okay, here's another girl robot. I'll use this one.
Yo, finally
So-
a romance option.
Yay! So that Red gets a break. Oh,
Okay.
hey there.
Thank you.
What? Oh yeah, you're welcome.
I said thank you.
Is the goat TTRPG character's favorite food tree bark? It's probably like, I don't want to say grass. That's a bit boring.
Dandelions.
Old cans.
Old cans?
No.
She's a vegetarian. She wouldn't eat cans.
Yeah, she's a vegetarian. I love when someone has a goat son. Everyone's just like, I'm doing a goat thing. Goat people are just so fucking fun.
They are.
I love them. They always look so good. Halloween isn't happening? No, she might not. Basically, what happened was the group I was gonna run was gonna play Cyberpunk Red with. One of the players didn't really want to play that one, and another one just didn't vibe with it that much. And so the DM was like, well, I'd prefer to play something that we all enjoy, which is fair, and I get it. And they instead said we'll try to do like a shorter campaign or like a couple one shots here and there when we have a break of the main thing, you know. So I will still play Halloween, but not for an entire
Eventually.
campaign, sadly. Or maybe at some point I'll join a different group or something alongside this one.
Yeah.
We're doing Cyberpunk. Who knows? Anyway. Oh, hey there. How's it going? I don't think I've met you before. What, are you a rookie or something? I'm Natsume, a cast, as if you couldn't tell, right? Nice to meet you. I doubt we'll meet again,
couldn't.
though. I'm pretty busy. Always on the move.
I thought you were a dog.
Yeah, me too, actually. You're very misleading. I'm pretty busy, always on the move. I'm important like that. Okay, bye.
And then we never see her again.
I'm pretty sure she just stands here always.
She's very busy, always on the move.
She's always busy, is he?
Oh, another one.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
A lot of
Now,
robots
Jody.
in this city.
Yeah, I know. It just starts you off with robots. Jody, would you like to voice this one? It is an old man.
Yeah, I can voice an old man.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Ah, how do you do? Or should I say, I'm glad to make your acquaintance, I'm sure. I am Oyo, a humble caste, and this is the city which I reside. Oh, how I envy your youth. It gets harder to get around with this old age creeping up on me. I don't know how that works since I'm a robot, but...
Yeah, what? Did you already look like this as a robot? Like, I always wondered this. Like, did you just already look like this when you were young? They
made me old and crippled as a joke.
A joke?
Help me.
This is not cool. I woke up like this one day. I'm old now, forever. They programmed me with arthritis.
They fitted me with old parts. Were I only younger, perhaps I would travel the world as a hunter. But my time for such things has passed. What now gives me the most pleasure is to chat with carefree youths such as yourself. I shan't bore you with tripe, however. I have done some horrible things, some studying, you see. I am a font of knowledge you'll find.
Would you like to hear? Oh, okay, bye.
Oh, you're leaving? Oh, please, no.
I'm good,
I have
thanks.
so much to tell.
I'm good, thanks.
Let me tell you about the war.
Zekram350, thank you very much for following. Welcome. Look at these people in the background.
Damn, they have so many frames of animation.
We love a billboard's pride meant to represent people.
Actually.
I gotta say, the purple one looks kind of gender.
Kind of a bad bitch, though.
Kind of a bad bitch, not gonna lie, you know?
What's she doing? She's just sort of grooving out.
Yeah, she's just grooving out.
Please come back.
Fuck off, Jesus.
I'm so alone.
No. Anyway, these people are merchants,
Okay, fair
I
enough.
believe.
I could have told you that.
But you didn't need to, I already knew.
It's not here. Shall I take over this one as well?
I think I should do it since I'm gonna be the most present during this stream series.
That's fair. That makes sense.
So I should play the most present character.
That makes sense. Oh, is she the most present character?
Yeah.
Okay,
She's like
fair
your best friend, you know?
Okay.
The book's all set there were no structures this size left standing. Oh, sorry, I kind of spaced out there for a second. Judging from the size of the place, this city may have an active teleporter. We might just be in luck. You wanna do this guy?
Huh? What's got the two of you standing around slack-jawed? Did you have business with the Hunters Guild?
Not exactly.
I'm sorry, but I think I got a dip.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
thanks so much.
it was fun.
Yeah, it was really nice having you. Thank you so much for coming to my special stream game. Do you want to plug anything before you go? You want to plug anything?
You should read my webcomic. It's on Webtoon. It's called Pulse. All caps with an exclamation point. Don't forget the exclamation point when you search for it. Might not show up.
It's really good. All right.
Okay, bye.
Thanks so much for coming, Red. Bye bye. Okay. I'm like your best friend. We met 5 minutes ago. See, we became friends so fast.
Besties!
Bestie.
I only have one friend, and it's you.
We have business with a mountain.
Oh, what's that supposed to? Oh, you guys are the rescue team that called in a minute ago, right? It's good you're here. We need to get you up on that mountain ASAP.
I don't think we are, but I'll take it. Come again?
I'm saying it's a top priority mission. Scoot over to the quest counter, tell the lady there you're taking the quest, then head for the teleporter.
This is a very different voice than I had imagined for this guy.
It is. So I think it's a different voice than when I started, but then Red came in and I completely lost it.
A little bit, yeah, but it's okay. Holy shit, is it Ryu Suzaku from famous anime F-Zero Falcon Densetsu? He does very much look like a character that would be in F-Zero, honestly. Like as an announcer or something.
We're in a hurry here. so you can worry about the paperwork after you get back. Thanks, guys.
Well, Jill, what do you think? It sounds like something's up. It sure does. He seemed pretty tense. I've got a feeling about this, and it's not a very good one. We'll just take care of this job while we look for clues for you. That way everybody wins, right? I feel kind of bad, but it is a free ticket. I say we take it. Let's do it.
Great, amazing. Imagine you're like in a mountain, like just outside a mountain, and someone comes up like, hey, you the rescue team, I need you to get up on that mountain and rescue some people, and then you're like, yeah, sure, I can do it. Like, no, you need training for that, you can't just do that.
It's fine. We can do it. So what do you do for like rescue? Like you need like know how to set up a base camp and tie knots and stuff.
You need one of those dogs with a barrel around its neck.
Oh, dogs, no. Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm walking away. Bye. What an ideal labor market. Just walk in there, get mistaken for the person doing the job, and do the job.
Yeah.
Nope,
you put someone else out the job, though, Zoe.
That's okay.
Oh no, this is actually the worst kind of labor market. It's first come, first serve labor market.
Ooh, that is bad, actually, you're right. 1950s as labor market, yeah. Right, it seems a little shady, but I wouldn't feel right leaving you or these other people hanging. He told us to stop by the counter before we headed out, right? I guess he meant that spot there to the left with the two ladies. Let's go check it out. Let's go check out the ladies. Two ladies, one for each of us.
Oh, no, I thought they were with each other. I can't just assume that the strangers over in the corner are gonna want to date us.
No, but it was okay for her to assume that the random robot she found was gonna date her.
Sure.
I mean, when you can teleport to within 100 feet of the people in need of rescue, you don't really need provisions. I guess that's true, but I don't think that's how it's gonna go. I don't think that's what happens. Take a quest, normal, memories opened. Yeah! I love the pixel art talk sprites in this game. An SOS has been received from hunters in the Rio snowfield. Go at once! Love that sound.
Like the retire from quests button, like you just walk up to camp like, I want to retire. Like, you've not even done one job for us. Yeah, I don't.
Listen,
I'm retiring.
It's, you know, it's starting to weigh on me after all this time. You know, I can't move like I used to. And who are you even? Like,
I want to cash out my pension. What?
I've been considering my replacement. What? It's so
I've met you before.
Whew! It looks like we made it in one piece. You know that anime?
Piece?
Oh, dreaming. Don't give it up, Luffy. Dreaming. Don't give it up, Zoro. Anyway, is your fighting style set or do you choose it? It's you get a starting style depending on what character you pick on at the start during creation, but you can. I mean, we're just gonna use a big sword because we still can, even though this character is built for ranged weaponry. We're gonna use big sword because I wanna. However, we cannot use magic because we are a robot, and those aren't allowed to use magic for some reason. We're gonna teleport you to the base of the mountain, so you have plenty of opportunities to build XP before reaching the people you're going to rescue. Yes.
You just hear from the top of the mountain, help!
Help! We're being fought! We're being attacked by a boss monster! Oh my god, I hope whoever comes rescue us has enough experience points! Ah!
Wow, those guys sound like they're handling it well.
The robots can't use magic, they better be able to use giant lasers. We can use giant laser guns, that is a thing we can do. In fact, the character that we picked, this I'm gonna use Move Knuckles. There. On her official art, she uses a big laser cannon.
Yeah.
Anyway, One Piece. I have to say, I was kind of dreading the idea of hiking back up on foot. You gotta love teleporters, huh? It's not quite the spot where I found you, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers. But this is no time for complaining. That man said someone up here needed rescuing. We'd better go find them. Oh, before that, I should ask, do you remember how to fight? Yeah, I'll be fine. I did testing a while ago, it's okay. I guess it's all muscle memory, huh? Or, metal memory, machine memory? In any case, just try to be careful.
We call it RAM, actually.
Yeah, thanks.
It's random access memory.
We randomly X's it. It's like, do you know how to fight? Not right now.
give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like being autistic. Your memory's random access.
Damn, so real. Yes, so let's see. Okay, so that's the dodge roll. You can dodge from this game, so I know it's good.
You got a gun? That is the most pathetic gun sound I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, it's a laser gun. There are
Pew,
also non-laser
pew.
guns, I believe, that sound a bit better. But so that's the light attack, and then this is the heavy attack. And if I just spam the button, then this happens. But if I time each button pressed at time when the previous attack ends, then you get like a combo.
Oh, okay.
And of course, you can also combine heavy and light attacks. Then okay, so this is
Attacks you heavily.
the left shoulder button centers the camera slash focus like targets things, I think. And if I hold down the right shoulder button, then you can see on the bottom screen, which is the side screen for you guys, not for me actually. It shows a different menu where we can put items, and we would be able to put magic if we had any, but we don't. Also, we would be able to just tap them, I believe, but obviously that's not something. I mean, I guess I can do it. Nope, never mind. I guess you cannot tap them. It is purely for using them, and then if I press X, A, or B, I use the items. So that's how it works. Let's go. That's the wrong button.
Go.
Let's
Adventure.
go. Woo!
So is this game like what to call it? Random battles, or is it?
Oh my god, we're starting off with this? Okay, so this is like a rare spawn.
Okay.
And I think they're so rare that like, okay, no, we're fine actually. I guess we're just getting unlucky with the misses.
You're
Anyway,
killing
this
they're so cute though.
I know, Rappies are fucking adorable. I would actually love a Rappy plush, but...
Oh fuck.
Shit, okay, wait. I can attack them again just after they get up, damn it.
Why are they so rare?
I don't know, they're just like a special... It's like, it's a thing that's... I feel like... Oh no, that's regular enemies. I feel like that's... Is it a staple of JRPGs to have some sort of like mascot creature that appears sometimes? Or is it just is it just Fantasy Star?
No, I think so. Like, I think nearly every RPG series has a staple creature.
Yeah, but like a cute staple creature that's like a bonus thing when it appears.
Bonus thing. I don't know about bonus thing. Most of them are just like their lowest level creatures though. Like for instance, Dragon Quest has the slime aura. Pokemon has the Pikachu, so... Well, I don't think I've ever seen one with a random bonus one.
Yeah, I don't think so. Metal slimes give gold and try to run away in Dragon Quest? Okay, yeah, there's one. Hello, Glassturf. Oh, and apparently I might have missed some eggies. Oh, I super duper did.
So many eggies.
I missed several. That's no good. Glassturf. Oh, wait, how did I get here? Time to fry. And that's it. Thank you all for the eggs. Wait, did I miss that head actually? Was it already a second head, or was it still the first one?
I didn't
Nope, that was
see
still the
another
first
head.
one. It's still the first one. Okay. So basically, it's like a rare spawn when a bunch of those guys appear, and they give really good experience and have a chance of giving special drops. You know?
Nice.
And that was our very first enemy encounter that we had, so that's fun, special.
That is, it knew it was a special day.
Yeah, it's a special day. I love.
Oh, fuck a dragon.
I love this thing's design. It's so cool. How do
It's like
you
a moose.
target
No, wait.
on them again?
I thought
there we go.
the horns or wings. I was like, oh god, a dragon already.
No, not yet. It's later. We know it's gonna happen because it was in the intro.
It's just like a real-time combat system.
Yep.
Huh, that's cool.
It is a bit clunky, but that kind of makes you just consider your movements more, you know? It's like Resident Evil, kind of.
Yeah. The random misses aren't the thing I'm the biggest fan of, but I guess it's fine.
Nice.
You killed it.
Yeah, I did.
For some of that
Congrats
sound, it just made me think of RuneScape. This whole thing's making me think of old school RuneScape.
I mean, the low poly stuff and things, I get it. The damage numbers.
Yeah. Buying GF.
Buying GF. I'm shipping Jill and Sarissa. I think they're like a disaster couple.
That's fine. You're allowed.
You know,
I will allow it.
they're both just like a mess, you know.
What do you mean they're a mess? Jill hasn't even done anything yet.
But she is out.
Okay. She will be.
You gonna go? Okay, thank you. But thank you guys for the happy transition wishes. Oh, and another egg from Ghost of the Christmas Future. Thank you. There we go.
Do you know exactly when your egg cracked?
I mean, I don't know the exact day, but I do know how it happened.
Fair enough.
Which is, like, there were many signs, like wanting to play this character, enjoying this character so much more than the male character, of course, stuff like that, you know. But the thing that really did it was, my favorite. I mean, a lot of people know this because it's relevant to the channel. But my favorite David Bowie song is "Rebel Rebel." And I couldn't quite articulate why it was my favorite. I just really vibed with it. And it includes the line. I mean, it's about like a punk slash goth girl, just very alternative girl. It's about wearing dresses and stuff, and
A very good song.
oh shit, Zerka died. What's going on?
Oh, fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, highly recommend David Bowie. Look him up.
Please do. I think heavy attacks have a lower hit chance. If I remember correctly. Okay. Get up, please.
I love David Bowie. Please Google Metal Gear Solid.
So nice. Anyway, so I love that song. It also it's about wearing. It talks about wearing dresses. Like it addresses. Like David Bowie is singing to a girl, right?
Yeah.
So he's singing like you. You know, your dress, your makeup, etc. And also, your mom's not sure whether you're a boy or a girl. Which I really liked that line. I thought it sounded really good. Didn't really consider much else.
Yeah.
And one day I was in a relationship. Was in a romantic relationship. It didn't go very well. For several reasons, but one of those reasons was that I was discovering that I was ace.
Yeah.
She wanted a lot more out of the relationship than me. She's just dead now.
She's now coming back. Friendship ended. She's died.
Oh, here, Moon Animizer.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what happens if I just go to a different room. I assume she stays down.
Get your
Oh yeah, she's back. Okay, cool.
Nice.
See, I thought that something like that would happen. I vaguely remembered. So, yeah, she was also like kind of she also turned out to be a manipulative bitch. But that aside,
Okay.
but she wanted more out of the relationship than me. She wanted sexual things eventually, and I didn't. And so, eventually we broke up, and I started thinking like, okay, if I started to evaluate like why did the relationship fail, and I was like, it's because she's a manipulative bitch, and also I never got the I never got like urges. I never got not urges. What's the better word for it? Desires.
Yeah.
I never desired to do any kind of sexual things. And then I was like, oh, wait. Does that mean, does that mean I'm ace? And I had never ever considered that I could be queer before that point.
I see. So you're like, if I'm ace, what else could I
Exactly. Like, if I'm ace, then could it be possible that I'm more as well? And then, like, I think it was the very fucking day that I had asked myself that question, Rebel came up on my phone, and I heard the line again, your mom's not sure if you're a boy or a girl, and I just like,
oh my gosh, neither am I!
yeah, like, it was that moment where I was just like, oh my god, I'm a girl,
Nice.
So that's why that song is so important to me. Yippee!
The song had you in a whirl.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And that was when I was 18. Thank you, Bali. Yeah, no, really though. Like I really like have Bowie to thank for like a lot of like who I am now.
The
way I see things. No, he is. Like the way I think about the world, other people, even stuff like corporations and stuff, myself,
I miss him every day.
No, really though, like I was incredibly fucking sad for a very long time when I found out he died, and there have been like, famous people, creators, where when they died, like Robin Williams, I was like, oh no, that sucks. Anyway, like, but with David Bowie, no, like I was crying a lot, and still sometimes, like when I hear certain like very sad songs of his, I still like shed a tear and stuff. Like David Bowie was like one of a fucking kind.
Yeah, I got my love of David Bowie from my mother, and this morning she went she's gone away on holiday for a week, and this morning in order to like she was wearing her comfy airplane clothes, and one of the things she's wearing was a David Bowie t-shirt. I was just like, oh oh no, you've reminded me again.
Just like because of her.
Well, no, that he's dead.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I forget.
Yeah. Anyway, we got a big claw now, which is the closest we're gonna get to punching.
From her.
Yeah, also it's from her.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you can listen when you're Al. When you are here, I'll wear my David Bowie clothes, and then you can, 1, be reminded that he's dead, and 2, you can replace the memory of, ah, damn, I know because of David Bowie because of my mom with, ah, yeah, I know because of David Bowie because of Zoe.
What a funny thing. Don't worry, while you're here, you're never gonna forget that he's dead.
Sorry. I mean, it is gonna be hard though, because I have a giant poster of David Bowie above my dining room table, so
it's fine. It's always vaguely in the back of my mind.
No, me too. I mean, I don't really forget he's dead anymore because of like how integral he is to me. Anyway, we got a big claw now, which is the best weapon type to use. You do a fun spinny, and it's the closest we're gonna get to punching. So.
Really, when you're an artist, you never die.
True. Oh, thank you very much for your Power Star. Man, that's so true, especially with someone like, I know, like when I hear someone like something like that, like that, like artists' works live on, like will outlive them and stuff. The first one I always think about is Van Gogh.
Yes.
It's so incredible how. Like, I mean, anyone ever seen the Doctor Who episode about Van Gogh?
Oh, of course.
It's
that
amazing.
One's amazing.
Yeah, like
That's
You like even if you don't give a shit about Doctor Who, you should watch that episode if you care about art and about folk especially.
I could be honest, I watched Doctor Who for years. Of course, being unfortunately British. And I can safely say that is the only episode of Doctor Who I have ever given a shit about. The others are just sort of fluff. Like, that episode is so well fucking written. It's great.
It's incredible. Like I like cry like tears of joy and amazement every time I see it. Oh, it's incredible. I like watched Doctor Who for like some seasons, but I didn't make it that far. But then people were saying that the episode was so good, and I was like, oh damn, it's like really good, huh? And I only watched that episode, and it was 100% worth it. I've watched it several times now. It's just so fucking good. Kirkat says, I lagged out for a second, so I heard I have a big poster of David Bowie, which is the best weapon to use.
True.
I would never use that poster as a weapon. It's fucking vintage, dude.
You got to get a cheaper version to use as a weapon.
Yes, yeah.
I hear David Bowie does plus 10 damage to turps.
True. And racist too. He was very outspoken about racism.
True.
Like at one point he had a new single out or something, and MTV was gonna interview him, and and they were just like, so a question about your album, and he was like, a quick hand waving answer. So why the fuck are you guys so racist on this channel? Why do you never feature black artists? And they're just like, well, I don't think that's really relevant. And he's like, no, it is. Like. It's more relevant than anything, you know. This is way more important than my stupid little song.
Yeah, every so often I will just go for a bunch of rewatch a bunch of David Bowie interviews, because he has such good answers to like nearly every stupid question he could be asked.
He was so good.
He's such a fucking witty guy.
He was wonderful.
Love him so much. He was. My favorite one is the one where someone asks if he's gay, and he's like, yes, I've been quite clear on that. And the guy's like, but have you though? Like, and he's like, yes, I'm bisexual. He's like, but is that all there is? It's like, I've answered the question.
I've answered your question. Like, what else do you want? Ugh, yeah, the media tried so hard to like just be like that he's like straight and he's experimenting, or that he's just gay and not bisexual. Like that was even worse. The fact that he was into both was even worse to people. But he was just like, no, I'm into both, you know?
Such a based guy.
We've covered a good bit of ground. Let's take a little break. Phew. There's something on my face? Oh, sorry, I just want to kiss it. Was I staring?
She's gay.
I'm just so gay. Was I staring? I didn't mean anything by it. I was just thinking that you must be a pretty special cast. You didn't bet
steal my heart like this.
A robot girl and you can fight?
Oh.
No. You didn't bet an eye at those creatures we fought. Plus, you're so strong.
Oh.
It's like your
body
body's
like to pick me up.
It's like I feel like you could like bridal carry me and it'd be no problem at all.
Oh no.
I'm in deep in this ship now. Now it's too real. It's like your body was meant for it. That's all. I'm not good at fighting, so I'm super impressed. Even down here, I'm holding other people back. At least I can look up and see the moon whenever I want. It looked like a star.
Oh.
And an orb on a stick.
Yo,
let's move
on.
on.
A stick.
Orb on a stick. This is my favorite. This is my favorite carny snack, dude.
Yo. Did you say shooting star?
I like let's move on.
Let's move on. I'm a robot, I have no use for shooting stars.
Hey, do you want a kiss? I'm not programmed for that. Goodbye. Let's move on.
My face legally cannot move.
Sorry. Good thing Jill is good at fighting then, because this rescue would have turned into a double rescue. Yeah, it was just Sarissa.
She did die.
She did die, actually. It did turn into a double rescue. It's next at the Wizard's Carnival, be like, orb on a stick.
Orb on a stick.
What does it taste like? I cannot tell you. Like, ow. It is literally indescribable.
It's incomprehensible. Men have gone mad trying to describe the flavor of this treat.
You will enjoy it, but the price is that you can never describe it to anyone. So are you ready to not ever try to do that?
Just like you trying to describe why you liked Rebel Rebel.
Yeah.
You will enjoy it, but you cannot describe it.
Could not tell you why. If I had lips, I'd be puckering up right now. I apologize. Did you see a shooting star? That's what I thought at first, but something about it was off. I'm sure it's just my imagination. That's enough rest for now. I'm ready to push forward when you are.
You're being shelled, actually.
Yeah.
The city's being shelled.
Well, we're not in there, so not our problem.
You
Time
can
to get
find
a
a
full
food
heal.
here. Chomp.
They'll never get us here. Crunch, crunch. I'm eating tree bark again. Hey, Jules. Sorry for all the questions, but could I ask one more? You said you lost your memory, but just how much are we talking here? Why do we care? Maybe I never had any memories. Honestly, though? That's what I would think. Like, especially as a robot, which is a manufactured thing, you know?
Yeah, you don't know if you've ever been activated before.
Yeah. Maybe I never had any memories. I suppose that could be true. There's no way to know whether you had memories and lost them, or if you had ever, or if you haven't even had any to start with. I guess either way you wound up in the same place. Still, let's look for clues and hope for the best. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I hear it's the same for all casts. In case you don't remember, casts are people with mechanical bodies like you. Humans are organic, by contrast. I was told humans sullied this world long ago and went extinct, but it looks like they survived just fine. What are you talking about? That is a really weird non sequitur.
That's a really weird thing to say.
Yeah.
In case you don't remember, you are a robot.
You are a robot, and humans are supposed to be extinct, yet here we/they are, I don't know yet.
What are you? Why are you talking like you're not human?
Yeah. She does have elf ears.
That's true.
Is that news to you?
That's what you mean by this world.
Yeah, yeah. Like, it's so funny how, like, Sarissa is so, like, he says that we're bad at lying, but at least we can keep a secret, I imagine, you know? Like, she is just so open, you know? Hey, Jill, do you like Nier? Is that news to you? What? No, it's not. Anyway, my point is that you shouldn't let losing your memory drag you down. If there's something you need to remember, I'm sure it'll come to you. And I'll stick around until it does, so don't you worry about a thing. Look at her blush. I think that line might have made more sense if you were playing a human character. No. It's not about who's human or not. It's also, the story is different depending on what race you are, so she might not have said that line at all if we were playing as a human. Although I don't know, because I only ever played as a robot. But it's like that she's just very easily letting on that she is not a human and not from this world, you know?
She is an alien.
She is an alien.
Take her down.
Kill her. I've seen Alien, I know that they are bad, you know.
She's gonna start spitting acid any second.
Any second. I think she could. I believe in her. And don't go thinking that I'm doing this because the thought of being alone is completely terrifying. I'm doing this for you. Something about you seems like, I don't know, like there's no telling what kind of trouble you could get into. Try not to do anything crazy, okay? If you ever feel overwhelmed, ditch the quest and head back to the city. Wait, I don't think we can do that.
She has sensed your overwhelming urge for violence.
Oh no, maybe we shouldn't be here. I feel like we might like find the people we need to rescue and in the scuffle kill them.
She saw how hard you slaughtered those tiny creatures, and she's like, Jesus Christ!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my
There's
god!
blood everywhere!
Oh my god! This is I can't keep her here. It's hot though, but I can't keep her here.
The snow doesn't help. The red blood just is covered.
I feel like it'd be cool to have a horror game set in like a snowy environment and call it Red Snow.
No, that is a good one.
Yeah. It doesn't do anybody any good if we wind up missing too, you know. You even get to keep experience and items. Oh, that's nice. Then you can just take the quest again when you're ready. Remember that, and the rest will work itself out.
I prefer you saved us. Help!
Please, you've leveled up like 3 times. Surely you're ready now.
My
Anyway,
leg's stuck.
in this beast's mouth. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Let's keep going. Oh my god,
Watch
they're tough.
out,
Oh,
they're tough.
fuck. Yeah, that is
Oh
tough.
fuck! That's a yeti.
I'm focusing on the Hildegal. Oh, that is half my health.
Weird rabbit. I don't need this right now. There's this fucking big.
Ow. Oh god. No, backwards.
Do not perish.
I'm gonna try. So, like I said earlier, I am playing as the ranged the ranged robot,
It's a lot of range you got there.
which means that I have less health than I should as a melee character, which means we're gonna have to do some serious min-maxing and grinding and such.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. Good, perfect. While she's not here, I can put another vector on screen, and she won't get mad about it. I'll put him here. He's fun on the UI where there's some space for him. We'll flip him like that. Perfect. Great job. I also heard humans hated eating tree bark. Isn't that a perfectly normal human thing? But I also hate. Really a shame that your character appearances are locked to your class like that. Yeah, sadly. I mean, you can. There's a male and female one for each like class, quote unquote, which is good, you know. Oh, Sippy. Yo, orb on a stick. It would be even worse if like the male cast was melee and the female cast was female. Or no, the male cast was melee and the female cast was ranged. There is a male and female character designed for each class, so that's good. And also, yes, we are the ranged class, but we can still do melee, and we're gonna, so could be worse, you know? What were the 3 choices anyway? Of class, you mean? There is ranged, there's melee, and there's magic user. But casts, the robots are not allowed to be magic, sadly. I like this. Look at this cool. The way they do this little environment here. Whoa, they even have a fucking reflection. That's definitely. Whoa, wait, actually. Show the falling stars again. Can you get it? Ooh. Damn, that looks very nice. There's no way that's a real reflection. Because I don't think the DS could even handle, like, transparency. No, maybe it could. No, I think I'm thinking of something else. I wonder if that's not a real reflection, so they just have it twice. That is very fun. But the orb on a stick looks different. If eating tree bark is cringe, then if eating tree bark is cringe, then I never want to be base. Crunch. I stand by my principles. Make a wish and give Ceres a kissy. Okay. Or wait, I'm not doing it. Jules doing it. She has her eyes closed right now. Kiss. There we go. I think it's cute. I think it's a cute idea to have this girl and this robot girl, who are both just kind of a bit of a disaster. Yuri alert! Yay! But they're, you know, one of them's like, I lost my memory. Can I go hit stuff now, please? And the other one is, you know, like her. I think it'd be a cute couple. A journey of fun times. My sheltered upbringing made traveling with them an education. Every day is fun. Okay. Don't know what that means. I think you can find more of those and then put together a sort of story. Oh, we're not being attacked? Interesting. Okay, I think that there was a way to switch between two weapons? Maybe not. Maybe I just always did that manually. In any case, I can detect traps because I'm a robot. And that means that I can shoot them from afar with a gun. Whee! Ooh, I dodged. Ow. I don't know, the combat in this game is quite limited. I mean, it's a heavy and a light combo, but the heavy combo is just the same but slower, you know? But like with the timed presses to actually get the combo, and the little dodge roll, and the fact that like you can like cancel out of an attack with a dodge roll. Ooh, level up. It makes you consider your movements a bit more, and I like that. I think it works well. Ooh, white robe.
It's me, the horse.
Hi.
Hello.
What did you say?
I said it's me, the horrors.
Sure is, I guess.
I'm sorry for scaring you.
It's okay. Can you... I don't remember if you can change the equipment of your other characters. I don't think so.
How are things going? Have things gone any more Yuri since I've been gone?
Yeah, actually, I Jill wished on a star and gave Sarissa a little kissy.
Did that happen?
Yep.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Zoe Gauntlet Queen?
I mean, to what capacity do you mean did that happen?
I mean, did the game describe that exact thing happening?
I'm from a game.
You sure are. Just pat you on the head. You sure are.
Wait. Okay, so... Did that change anything?
Yo, you're
Yeah,
talking
I think
about
it
Doom
does.
sounds. I know all about Doom sounds.
Yeah, apparently there's one of the enemies made a doom sound.
Fair enough. Yeah, an imp dying is a stock camel sound effect, so...
Oh, it's a camel sound, that's good.
It is, yes.
It's a canon event, it definitely happened. They definitely did exchange kissies.
Okay. Fair enough.
Or
I
at
believe
the very least, Jill put one on her cheek.
Okay.
Maybe they're not quite kissy on the lips yet.
Okay. But yeah, if you listen close enough, you can hear the, Oh!
Speaking of listening,
It's David Bowie!
it's my Trance Awakening song.
Yo!
Yo! Got your mother in a world. She's not sure if you're a boy or a girl. Pause. Stop. Please stop. I'm gonna get
No,
the
please stop.
I'm gonna get the SCA. No! Anyway. Just gonna bonk Sarissa with her face plate, but she understands the meaning immediately. Yeah.
David Bowie might be gone, but his copyright sure isn't.
No. Anyway, wow, everyone! It is. It sure is time.
What
Good night.
time is it? Oh, it's sleepy time.
So it is. Yeah. It is. She's beep. It is 9 p.m. my time, which means it is time for me to do my Esther gel. We'll be taking a 20 or so the EP girl. We'll be taking a 20 or so minute break. During which I will do my Esther gel, like I said, and we will put on some nice music. During this time, please remember to do your own medicine if you have to. Get some schneckies, stretch your leggies, make sure to stay hydrated, and we will be back. Zoe! And we will be back with more Fantasy Star Zero Yuri after the break.
Not name the game.
Well, no, but that's like the theme, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Why do I have a star above Jill's name? I don't remember what that means.
It means you're in a relationship.
Yes, definitely. Also, I think it means that you're the leader of the party for like in multiplayer.
Oh.
Yeah. Just saw a post that said, "Can't have Robot Girl without T-Girl." That's so true.
So true.
Oh my god, so real.
Thanks just on zero straight people. So
Zero
true.
straight people. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Bye. Bam, bam.
Look outside, there's a ship in the sky tonight. I said, look outside, there's a ship in the sky tonight. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright. Oh, won't you come on out, 'cause they're shooting down a beam of light. I said, come on out, 'cause they're shooting down a beam of light. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. It's a body up there and you don't gotta pack a bag. It's the craziest time anybody has ever had. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Come outside, 'cause the laser beam is glowing bright. I said, come outside, 'cause the laser beam is glowing bright. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. I said, oh, look out now, there's a little green man inside. I said, look out now, there's a little green man inside. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Oh yeah, it's a party up there and you don't gotta pack a bag. 'Cause we're leaving behind everything that we've ever had. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Take my hand, 'cause we're floating up into the sky. I said, take my hand, 'cause we're floating up into the sky. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Oh, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright, don't you worry, 'cause I know it's gonna be alright. Yeah, I said, don't you worry, 'cause I know it's gonna be alright. And they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Tonight, yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright, and they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Well, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Oh yeah, well, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright, yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright, well, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Alright, alright, alright. Well, they're taking us up to the mothership tonight. Forces acting on a point. Every pivot of the joint. Feel the friction when it starts. The mechanism of the heart. What you see in all your dreams, replicated by machines. This is what you really are. The mechanism of the heart. With the turning of the hands, see the universe expand. They're the dancers in the dark. The mechanism of the heart. Pull the cables in the ground. Every wire full of sound. This is ripping me apart. The mechanism of the heart. Little pieces, wind up and we wear them out. Heavy metal, 'cause it's all a bunch of hype. And you're on your way to work, but you just can't work it out. And you can't recall the details or what it was about. So you hustle through your morning and you waste your afternoon. And at night you're still wondering if you'll dream again so soon. And you lay awake and wonder, and you never get your sleep, 'cause you're still waiting for the answer, but you never hear a peep. And you die alone and angry, and you're wrapped up in a shroud, and the world's far below you, and your feet are in the clouds. Be still, my love, I'm a fool for you. I'd do anything that you want me to. Take the old church road to the edge of town. Feel the wind whip up on your wedding gown. I'm a saint, I'm a saint, I'm a saint till I see your eyes. Wanna faint, wanna faint, wanna faint at your knees tonight. Relax, my love, I'll be good to you. I need someone to surrender to. Take a midnight ride in the pouring rain. See the fog grow thick on your window pane. I'm a saint, I'm a saint, I'm a saint till I see your eyes. Wanna faint, wanna faint, wanna faint at your knees tonight. Be still. Be still. Be still. Be still. that I'm supposed to be. Oh, hold me closer, I don't want to go. Look in my eyes and you will know, I know this is as good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? I feel like I'm the greatest man in the world. You are my favorite girl. This is as good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Nobody else in all the whole human race could know the look on your face. This is as good as it gets. Why does it hit me when I least suspect? My mouth is running, but the mood's direct. Oh, let me linger, I'm a
The break is just taking a little longer than usual. Sorry about that, but I'll be there soon.
Good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? I feel like I'm the greatest man in the world. You are my favorite girl. This is as good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Nobody else in all the whole human race could know the look on your face. This is as good as it gets. Good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? I feel like I'm the greatest man in the world. You are my favorite girl. This is as good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? Nobody else in all the whole human race could know the look on your face. This is as good as it gets. Just when I think I should be calling my jets. This is as good as it gets. This is as good as it gets. Oh, this crazy girl just got over yet. This is as good as it gets. This is as good as it gets. You got your amber eyes, and now I know this is as good as it, good as it, good as it gets. Why do we leave each other in the night? We walk away just when the mood is right. Oh, wait for me, you know I need you now. Show me your heart and I will show you how. Good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it gets? I feel like I'm the greatest man in the world. You are my favorite girl. This is as good as it gets. Oh, don't you know this is as good as it
Ah, wow. The break is ended.
It's over.
It's all over.
You got a big full alert from now on.
It's all ending. Everything.
Everything, it's over, gang. It's the end of days.
Say goodbye to your loved ones. So goodbye everyone. End of the stream. No, but hello everyone. I hope you had a good break. I'm just going to take a moment and put my various arm accessories back on.
Let's say goodbye to your loved ones. Dead silence.
Fucked up.
I know, man. I was expecting there to be more to that. That's why I stayed silent, but then you just didn't say anything.
No, I thought the silence was good. really let people linger on this this reality we've created.
Really let people consider who their loved ones are.
Yeah, you know. Like if we just kept talking, then they wouldn't be able to spend a moment in this hypothetical, you know. Where would be the where would be the fun in that? And also happy HRT-versary. Thank you very much, darling Demon Apocalypse. I wish it was over. I've worked for 4 more hours. Okay, but consider this: work for 4 more hours, or nothing ever again for forever.
No, I agree. Working for 4 more hours just isn't worth it.
No, you're right. Anyway, I hope you're all doing good. I hope you I hope you had a good break if you were already here from before the break, or I hope you've had just a good day in general if you're just showing up now. it is, as was just said, my HRT-versary, which means it has been 3 years to the day that I started my my hormone replacement therapy, which is big excite and such. And for the occasion, we are playing Phantasy Star Zero Straight People, which is Zero straight people. We are playing Phantasy Star Zero, which was one of my egg-cracking games because you can play as a robot girl in it. And when I did that during my second playthrough, I enjoyed the game so much more. I wonder what that means. I wouldn't find out until like, I don't know, what I've been like 4 years later or something. I don't know. But yeah, it was a very big one for me because I love this game and I played through it a bunch of times, you know? If you had the choice to upload your brain into a robot body, would you?
Why are you asking Zoe that question? Do you not know her? Have you never watched any streams of her?
Yippee!
Is this your first time meeting Zoe Rutsatera?
Okay, so like, you are giving me no... Or would you rather just have some cybernetics? Okay, listen. You are not, if you are not getting more details, then I'm assuming that a robot body would be like a really good robot body that I want, you know? Not a robot body, but like it doesn't really have like it's not a very humanoid one. It can't talk or anything like that, you know? If it's that kind of robot body, then like, oh, I don't know, maybe I would pick the cybernetics. But if I could be like this, you know, like the robot girl that we're playing in this game, yes, absolutely, no fucking question, I would.
Okay, Zoe, I think considering these strange questions, you have to consider that Rutsatera may have been kidnapped, and this is not them typing on their account. Because I feel like Rutsatera would know you better than
this. Yeah, Rutsatera has been a very avid member of the community, so I feel like Rutsatera would definitely know. What if the whole sensory system isn't good? Well, yeah, like if I can't feel things at all anymore, then I'm like, I have to think about it, but I might still say yeah.
Okay, but you'll never feel the peck of a lover's kiss.
No, see, that's the thing. That's why I have to consider it. Okay, but consider I have autism, and sometimes I just ask the questions that come to mind. That is fair. I don't blame you. We're just being a bit of a goofies. It's okay.
Yeah. I will say the good thing about being a robot is even if the sensory system isn't very good, you can always upgrade it later.
Yeah, you can always upgrade it later, and you still don't have to sleep or eat.
Yep.
Hi Zoe, this game is so good. This is true. Hello, Peppermint Moth.
It looks right fun.
I love this game.
It's like a single-player MMO.
Yes, that is probably because it is largely based on an actual MMO.
Imagine an MMO on the DS, that'd be amazing.
Has anyone ever done that? Did it ever happen?
I don't know. I'm gonna Google it.
I mean, this game is also multiplayer, by the way. You could play this online as well. But it is like in small parties, you know?
Yeah.
I think I'm just confusing it with Phantasy Star Online 2, but I really remember there being a way to just switch between two weapons on the fly, but I think I'm probably wrong about that.
Apparently Dragon Quest X was an MMO.
Neato. I did kind of realize it was a dumb question shortly after asking. Well, hey, you know what? Just think about it like this. You're helping new viewers realize that they're watching, like, someone who just really fucking wants to be a robot for realsies.
So true. If it helps with so, I'm sorry for roasting you a little bit.
See, it's all good. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's feed my mag, because I have a bunch of shit that I don't need.
You can feed it?
Yes, you can get items.
What is it?
It is a small robot. It can eat and transform.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I guess so. It's just it's not really been introduced like in the plot. It's just there.
Yeah, no, they don't explain what it is. Okay, the thing is, Stal, though, that
I see it's like Derek.
It is no. You have to feed your mag. The only thing I know about Phantasy Star Online, it really helps. But the thing is that, like the mag is kind of like, it's going to give you various bonuses and stuff. It's basically like how you build your characters by feeding your mag for certain things. And it's like you really want to like think about the things that you give it to get the build that you want. And considering we are going to want a lot of power and guard, I think, because we want to be able to hit hard and take good hits, you know? I think we should focus on armor right now. Like, we shouldn't just give it anything, because then we're not going to get a nice optimized build. And considering we're going to play a melee build for a ranged character, we want to have an optimized build, you know?
Yes.
I want a robot body with human touches. I feel like a lot of transhumanists would uplight themselves into a body without human weakness and go insane. Without the feeling of like a heartbeat, breath, the ability to eat or drink or even feel pain, you'd slowly lose your mind. I would prefer to still be able to feel things, like physical, like touch. I would like touch, and being able to eat or sleep is nice. As long as it's not a requirement, preferably, you know? I mean, like, I guess I'll take eating because, like, biofuel, you know? But if I don't have to sleep, if I can just, like, plug in, you know? I just have, like, a fun tail with a plug on it. That's cute. And I just, like, I plug in and I sit at my computer and I just do stuff, you know? Or I'm not even typing. Why am I typing? I'm just interface. Whoa. Or maybe I will type. Who knows? But I can just keep doing things while charging, you know? And not have to sleep. But I can sleep if I want to. I can go into standby mode. That'd be nice, you know?
Yeah. I think, personally, that the transhumanists who would go insane have a skill issue.
Yeah.
And need to grow up.
Yeah.
This is how you deal with all quandaries of transhumanism. Skill issue.
I think you're right.
I know, I cannot go insane just fine if you get skill issue or something.
Yeah, I think they're just wrong.
Yeah, that's also how I respond to Cthulhu.
I can comprehend him just fine.
Just fine, yeah. Maybe these cultists have a skill issue or something.
Robin. Okay, hold on. I have to change the input because I'm my how do you pause in this game? I guess
You
just
don't.
like this. It's
It's
just
an MMO, it's always in real time.
I forgot. But I have the A, B, X, Y buttons like swapped because like I'm playing on an I'm actually playing this on a perfectly legally acquired DS. So don't tell anyone. And so because I'm using it with an Xbox controller, the A, B, X, Y buttons are swapped from what they would be on an actual DS. But like the button prompts, like my muscle memory is kicking in for this game, so I have to change it. Control config. Would you like a robot body if it couldn't taste, touch, or smell? See, if I can't touch, especially, I'm gonna like I might still say yes. I will say, but I am more hesitant.
Yeah, touch is an issue because
Yes.
like you need that in order to be tell when you're like against something. So
Yes.
like, yeah.
And
That's
you know, kind of what kind of materials you're on and stuff, and hold hand good and stuff. You
so
know.
true. Like when you say touch, like, would you have pressure as well, or would you not have even pressure?
What the fuck is that? Oh, beast. I missed the whole combo.
I think the limitation is just push the edge of which do it out.
Fuck, now I'm pressing the wrong button for that. I've got two muscle memories fighting for control now. But by the end of this game, I'll be all good.
I will say this would be a very cheap robot body if it couldn't feel, because they have made robots that can feel and detect what they are touching. So
Yeah, like that is a thing now, you know?
yeah, this isn't a hypothetical. You can have robots that do this, like even now. So The fact that this hypothetical, like, advanced robot they can upload your consciousness into can't just means it's cheap rubbish.
Yeah, and like, can machines recognize tastes?
I
Like,
don't
if you-
know. I
if-
don't know if they can do taste.
I wonder. Because if they can recognize tastes, smells, as well, then it's completely whatever, you know?
Yes,
That,
robots
like,
can taste.
Okay, right. So, if I were to if today I were to have a robot body, it would be able to touch and taste and smell.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Apparently-
absolutely.
Apparently,
there-
taste is. Sorry.
So no, go on.
I was gonna say, apparently taste is very much in its early stages, but they fed a robot different variations of scrambled eggs and tomatoes, and it learned how to differentiate between them. So
Damn.
yeah, so it can taste the differences between food.
Right. So, yes, I would absolutely transfer my mind to a robot body. No questions asked. Well,
Fair enough.
maybe not no questions asked, but no questions about the robot. Just questions about who's doing it, you know?
Yep.
Oh, dialogue. If you see yourself touching something, you don't feel yourself actually touching it. It would probably lead to dissociation. Yes, but again, it's all good. I'm gonna be a robot for real.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be like front of the line when they start putting minds into robots. And Anya Park, hello, thank you very much for the congratulations. This item pickup sound effect is throwing me off because I swear they use the same sound effect in Source games when their chat message is too long. Whoa! I didn't know they could be too long.
Yes, it can be.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess, but I don't know if I've ever heard that sound. Phew! I mean, it was more like, phew! We've been walking for a while now and still nothing. Maybe we should have gone the other way? You were just guessing? No, this is the right way. I trust you forever, my beloved. You sound awfully sure. Did you remember something, or is that just wishful thinking? Well, thanks for the vote of confidence anyway. It feels like we're pretty deep into the woods though, huh? Is anybody even out here? Ah! Okay, you can do this one, I guess.
What?
What was that? It sounded like someone screaming.
Must have been the wind.
It's just it must have been the wind. So
have been
sorry,
the wind.
I didn't know what you were talking about for a second because I got distracted reading a study from the Department of Software Engineering at the University of Jordan about whether or not robots can touch, taste, and smell and everything.
And the answer is yes, right?
Yeah, the answer is all 5 senses, and also they're discussing the possibility of a 6th sense, which can allow it to detect more information.
Wild. I'm gonna get a 6th sense. I'm so excited.
You can see dead people.
Yay! It's just the wind. Oh my god, she can run Skyrim.
Must have been the wind.
Jill's can run Skyrim.
Yay!
Jill, what's time for you? I could do it without touch. The human brain fills in a lot of the missing context via sight. Like, even in lieu of actual physical feedback, your brain convinces you that you can feel things. Like, if you're moving around in some games in the dark, you can almost feel when you're pressing against the wall or boundary when, no, you're not actually feeling that. I mean, your brain could fill it in, but... Okay, but in order to do so, your brain needs experience with those things. And if you never get that experience anymore, I feel like your brain is going to forget, you know? Mm-hmm. And then your brain is going to stop being able to fill that stuff in. I can see dead people too, it's not that hard. Yeah, just go to the graveyard with a shovel. It's fine.
Must be the wind.
Anyway, yeah, I would prefer to just have actual touch. And again, that exists. Machines can touch, do have a sense of touch. So you don't have to contemplate what it would be like without, because that won't be an issue.
Yep, we have already made robots with all 5 senses. So.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be one. Right. I don't know whether we just found the people who need to be rescued or whether we're about to become 2 more. Let's go.
Go.
Okay, so this big teleporter is to go to a boss.
Okay.
And put the late time is available after each 6, so we're looking like 3 hits. I know. Look at me, I'm doing it right now.
Hell.
Yeah. The little twirl, it's cute. Look at that thing. And is that a person lying by its feet? That must be where that scream came from. This looks bad.
Egg.
You act as bait.
You as a bait. Then you just toss her at the beast.
Yeah. And I'll run away, scared. Also, Terrain Dream, thank you very much for your egg. Did I miss any? Yes, 1.
Is that person lying at his feet? I think we're 20 minutes too late.
Oh well. Off to home. And Ghost of Christmas Future, thank you as well. Okay, so what's super weird is like I have the soundtrack for this game. Also, there was a CP at some point. And for some reason the music just keeps slowing down. Nothing else seems to slow down.
Egg.
But the music does. It's very weird. Dark Naturally, thank you for your egg as well. I might have to tinker with that a little bit off stream.
Music.
Yeah, like if I go to sound settings. No. Is that not too slow or too fast? Okay, let me try a different sync mode. No. That might actually be worse. Maybe not, maybe it's the same. But it wasn't fast enough. Most accurate. Oh, what? Nope. Alright, whatever. We'll just keep it as it was. I guess. What about this, though? Haha, no. We'll just keep it as it was. I'll like this bait because what?
You're so cool.
I protect my girlfriend. Tilsdale hiding in the crown part of the GQ logo of chat. Okay. Tilsdale has not forgotten what month it is.
Apparently your most likely 6 sensors of a robot would either be magnetic or electronic field sensors. I'm not sure how useful that'd be in your everyday life.
You would be able to track birds because birds use magnetic fields to figure out where to go.
Oh, that sounds useful.
Uh-huh. What? You want me to just turn around and run while you deal with it? That's not what I said.
No, not at all.
No way. If we run, we run together. And the same goes if we stay and fight. That's the way of the world down here. I'll watch your back, so you watch mine. Between you and me, we can do this. I know we can. This music sounds so much more like... This music sounds a lot more grand instead of like just intense, like panicky than as it's supposed to. You can make all the noise you want. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not alone anymore. I'm not single anymore.
We're what?
Neither are we.
This is my boyfriend. Beats you up.
Beats you up forever.
God, I'm missing all my attacks. Oh god. Ow. Ow.
Oh no, things are going poorly.
I mean, if you have like a built-in magnetic compass, I guess you would just always be able to find your way north. Like, that's pretty useful, I feel.
No, yeah, you're right.
Not the most useful, but...
It's not the coolest thing you could have, but you know, it's useful.
It's pretty good. God, that sound effect when it... Oh, fuck!
Oh god, there's more of them. They're a polycule.
So happy for them. Ow!
So happy for them. Ow, my spleen. This isn't over yet. Oh, she's gonna die. It's gonna be over yet soon.
Sarissa, no! Oh, fuck.
I can't go on.
No, just fuck that.
They killed your girlfriend. She is going to be dead forever now.
I'll just have to kill them back. Also, no. Perf love will revive her in next room. Oh shit. Ow. Ow.
That is the sixth sense of robots, the ability to sense love.
Ow.
We can do this together. Dies.
Dies.
Claims to be pro-power friendship. Dies anyway.
Yay, I did it. Whee! I think your party members just kind of level with you, to be honest.
Oh, this is...
I think. And stay down, please.
Very threatening.
The person I was attacking, are they still... What if they're dead?
That'd be fucked up.
Hello? Hello? Are you alright? Hang in there. We'll get you help as soon as we... Oh my god, are they dead? Oh fuck. Oh my god!
See, this is why you should have left it to professionals, Zoe. You should have pretended to be a rescue party.
Listen, I just wanted to have a nice walk through the woods with my girlfriend.
They have a helicopter. They were right there. They're gonna airlift him to safety, and then you with your foolishness took the teleporter, so they had to wait for it to recharge. And now this man is dead, all because of you.
I feel bad. I didn't remember that you fail at the beginning. That's messed up.
I mean, you are impersonating medical professionals. Like, this couldn't have only gone poorly.
Okay, they're not medical professionals to be clear. They are like professional adventurers.
You don't think
but
the actual rescue team has a medical professional?
I mean, they would probably. I mean, Sarissa is the healer of this party. I guess she's just not a professional. She's kind of bad at her job. She does keep dying, so maybe it just means that I'm being a bad tank, though. Not having a human voice would be interesting too. Car alarm, Tex Avery scream, and chainsaw noises at you. I want to have a humanoid voice with a cool filter over it. Hold on.
What do you mean you have that anyway?
It's true, I do.
Whoa, it's a Robo Zoe.
Wow, it's Robozy.
Robozy.
Robozy does sound kind of cute, but...
It's Robozy the Rascal, where she is. That's what classic Metal Amy is called.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is in, like, the multiplayer mode of Sonic Superstars.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Wow! Anyway.
Tell me something, sorry. Does that filter give you any sort of gender euphoria?
See, I don't hear it.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's a shame.
But yes.
Oh, I got it. Ooh, ooh. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Am I robot? Okay.
Anyway, there's a corpse.
Robot. Yeah, there's a corpse. Oh fuck, we built the job. Now we have to rob that bank.
Sorry, your girlfriend's being traumatized.
Alright, sorry. If only we come sooner.
What?
That's the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
You can't blame yourself, Jewel.
I'm not blaming you.
Yeah. We wouldn't have found him if he hadn't screamed, and by that point... Oh, wrong window. I never liked humans. I never thought of them as anything but the polluters who ruined the world, but... Why do I feel so sad?
Because a man died. I never liked humans. That means I don't have empathy.
And I'd like to keep it that way. I'm gonna stop looking at the corpses making me feel things now. Can you please explain the entirety of Guild Wars 2 in Uwu Robot Dutch?
Absolutely not. She did that once. It took 2 hours.
Honest, and I was speedrunning it. Like I was skipping over a lot of important context. We can't leave him like this. I also do not have empathy. Beep boop.
Kills you.
Kills you. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could all wake up again someday like you did, but let's at least put his body to rest.
I could give you a concussion.
You might get memory loss, that would be good.
Okay, I think you should actually report this body to someone. I think you should just bury it here.
Yeah! This is really not a good course of action.
This man might have a family.
I know! Like, this is so... I mean, neither of us are very good at this, I think.
I mean, one of you's, well, at least one of you is new to Earth. The other one doesn't have any memory. And I guess you just didn't consider this guy might have a family or something.
Yeah.
And you're both autistic, so...
We're both autistic.
This is probably the worst rescue mission I've ever seen in my entire life.
But at least we have love.
No, not at all.
No, fuck you, we're in love.
No, I'm not saying love, I'm saying that's not an at least at all.
Okay.
The police are not gonna accept at least we have love.
They're not sisters, hold on. Jill and Stress are not sisters, certainly not. Oh, I mean, okay, I get you're doing like the joke, the I get it, but they're a couple.
The out of touch sister.
They're the out of touch Yuri.
Lovers.
Yuris.
Yuri?
The Yuris. I'm sorry it's not much, Mr. Human, but we did the best we could. I hope it helps you find peace. The out of touch confidence, thank you.
Have you seen my husband?
Oh, did he look like a corpse in the ground?
Not last time I saw
I
him.
hope not.
Quick, let's go dig him back up.
Phew. That took longer than I thought it would. So, where to next? What's that? What is that? There's a glowing pillar out there. Orb on a stick! 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 Yay! Let's head toward it. Yeah, maybe if we just set our sights on a goal and start walking, we'll find the clues we're after along the way. Where to next? Jill, probably.
At some point you're gonna have to head back to that building and be like, yeah, we failed the mission.
Ooh.
Oh man, I got all
Creeper.
worked up thinking you were a hostile.
Oh man. That's a short bit of animation.
Yeah, when like important characters get introduced, they tend to get low cutscenes.
Oh, hey there. Didn't expect them to see anyone else appear. What brings you all the way out here?
Can you do a text
not
accent?
corpse.
Hold on,
Can
hold
we?
on, his... Look at his face. I think his graphics are acting up a
Yeah,
bit.
his graphics are fucked up.
Oh, that's not gonna be... Thank you.
Hey there! Didn't expect to see anyone else up here. What brings you all the way out here?
There we go, very good. Oh, Disney. Real gamers don't play newfangled games. Real gamers play Orb and Stick. They play Orb and Stick. They have Orb and Stick at the Carney Fair. It's very popular.
So many orbs, so much stick.
It's a very versatile product. Actually, the good news is, if we're too late, the people who were impersonating were definitely too late. That's a good point. You know? At least we managed to bury the body before it was too mutilated.
Okay, but they might have actually known where he was and be able to just beeline straight here.
Yeah. No, but like, I mean, they didn't even show up. You know?
I mean, not in the 5 seconds you're in that building. They didn't. They could have been just outside the door.
Yeah, but then they would have come in and then they would have explained the situation and would have been sent after us also.
I don't. I have to assume the professionals are better at this.
Maybe they died. Maybe they're dead. I think they're
Maybe
died.
they are.
We just kind of got lost, that's all. We're not doing anything bad or anything.
I never said you were. I'm Kai. Kai?
Kai.
Yeah, that's Kai, by the way. Forgot to mention that, but I'm a hunter.
Wait, do you think he's the guy that was supposed to... that he was actually supposed to be sent after him?
Maybe.
I don't remember. I remember Kai, but I don't remember that part. They probably died. Yeah, I think they died. I'm Sarissa. This here is my girlfriend, Jill.
Nice to meet you, Sarissa and Jill. This area is quite a tourist nest for pretty nasty hostiles. Did you two run into any trouble? What? Why the grin look?
His face is fixed. Good.
You didn't bury Manny, did you?
No. I mean, honestly, it was we just sort of piled a bunch of snow on him. You can't really call that burying.
What?
No, nothing. We're both fine, but there was another person, a human. We decided to go ahead and bury him. Hopefully that's not a problem. Oh, okay, so we do actually get to hear if it's a problem or not.
I see. We lost another one then.
Be sad. Oh no, his face is fucked again. Be more sad.
Is fucked up. I see. We lost I can't be sad in Texas. We lost another one then.
There you go.
Well,
Here, like,
thank you.
It's totally possible to be like sad in Texas, like, ah, darn. I guess we lost another one.
I sure would appreciate what you done.
She really phrased it like she killed him. Really though, like
Did you kill this man?
we don't say that we found the body or that like what killed it.
Oh,
we just
shit,
say
I'll
that
be
we
right back.
buried a body. Okay, all right. I feel like if you send a firefighter to a burning building, then the real firefighter showed up, you wouldn't just send him home, right? You would be like, oh fuck. Well, it looks like you, the firefighter, have to rescue some more people from that building burning building now. Don't thank us. By the time we got there was nothing we could do for him. Sadly, that's the case as often as not. It's not your fault. He was a hunter. He knew the dangers when he signed up. Also, I gotta do a sippy. I'm running out of sippy, even. Maybe so. That is so weird that, like... Because, like, his eyes and mouth on the sprite obviously change. He blinks, and he talks. And something there is going wrong, you know? Like, I cannot reach far enough. It's over there. Do you see it? Do you Anyway. Oh. What here? You can see, like, the lines on his face, next to his eye, and like, one next to his eye, and two next to his mouth. And it looks like for some reason they are maybe misaligned or something. I wonder if there's something I can do to stop that. I don't know. I already did like a lot of troubleshooting, optimizing and such with this very real DS. At some point before I started streaming with it. Oh shit, hold on a second, is Wi-Fi emulation? Interesting. Well, aren't I curious? I do actually know that with a different DS emulator, you can emulate local multiplayer, so that way I could still play this game in multiplayer as well. Although the story mode can be played in multiplayer either way, I think, so it's not that important. But still, could be fun to do off stream at some point. Anyway, yeah. I don't really... firmware settings. Ooh, that takes a while to load. Oh no. Okay, yeah, my message is Wahoo. My nickname is Zoe GQ. My favorite color is pink. My birthday is July 29th. All accurate. Yep, that's firmware settings. Yeah, I don't think that there are, oh, maybe this. Direct draw SW. Does this change? Nope. Display method. OpenGL. Oh. Okay. We're just not gonna do that again. That's fine. We're not gonna touch that. Yeah, I don't think I can really fix this, so let's just hope that's never gonna be an actual issue. So you said you got lost up here. You've got some aim to wind up here from the main road. There's a teleporter not far from here that connects back to the city. In a weird way, I guess you're lucky. Either way, you've got me to play guide for you now. I'm happy to take you back to the city if you're headed that way. How about it? Fancy your very own hunter escort? No, we couldn't ask you to do that. I'm sure you're a busy man, and we don't have much in the way of money. Wow, that's a good one. You don't seriously think I'd charge you, do you? I'm offering my services for free. Really? Is that so surprising? Because I gotta say, I'm more impressed by what you two have done. Kill the man. That takes guts, or a lack of morals. You put one of my people to death, treated him like he was a fiend. That's more than enough reason for me to help gosh darn it. That's more than enough reason for me to want to help you out in return. Plus, you took care of that hostile for us, too. I'm set to get you guys home whether you want my help or not. But if you're really sure you don't want me to go with you, I'll respect your wishes. Chat, what should we do? Vote now on your phones. Every time the music skips or slows, it's because Jules' software needs an update. Knowing that makes it a lot more bearable. Thank you, Polar Stars. Hey Zoe, will you ever make collectible cards of all your alts? I'd buy them even just for the 5 we already have. That is a really cute concept. I wonder if I could. That is very cute. I wonder if I could do a thing with Fourth Wall, the merch store that I use. If I could make a custom product. I think when you do custom products, it's usually you need like a minimum order amount. So maybe not yet anyway. But I do think it's a really cute concept. I do think it'd be very fun to do. I also know that there are like ways to have like trading cards on your stream, like have like a widget for that, but I don't know. I think all of those are very like monetized and stuff, and I'm not here for selling you guys a digital thing. You know what I mean? Like if you have physical cards, of course, but if it's just, well, you know, it's kind of like a fucking NFT, and wouldn't you know it? At least one of those trading card services you can use in your stream does do NFTs, so... Ew. I'll just buy all of them and then scalp the extra sets, because that's how it works. Damn, you're right. No, but it is something cute to look into. How about you put it in the non-stream suggestions channel, and I'll try to look at it soon.
I do have sorry, it's just because I do have a streamer friend that does those trading card things. Apparently they have a lot of fun with it. So.
Ooh, how do they do it?
They do it through something called Stream Loots, apparently.
Yeah, like one of the digital things.
Yeah, one of the digital ones, yeah.
But I think you can actually then also like buy a physical version of the cards that you have, but I don't know, I looked into that whole system. I think it was specifically like Stream Loots, where I was like, oh, ugh, this is doing some gross predatory shit that I don't want to do, you know?
Yeah, well, it's I looked into it, didn't look great, but they say they have great fun with it, so... But I don't know.
No, I'm sure you can have fun with it, like, but, you know, I don't want to go through the trouble, I guess, of having also those...
That's fair.
The monetization associated with it and stuff. You were reading out your character's stats, and I just thought it'd be cool if all the alts had stat cards. I could definitely do that, with, like, little descriptions and stuff. I think it'd be very cute to do. I want to, like, commission some artists for the card art. That would be very neat. Maybe at some point. A little bit of a dream. With a power hexagon? Maybe, yeah. Like the front of the card would be like, or like the back of the card would be, I guess, just like a cool logo. and then the front would be like a Pokemon card. You would have like the top half is a picture, and then the bottom half, instead of like having moves or whatever, it has text and a little hexagon stat thing. Perhaps.
Power. Really powerful.
Really
Super
powerful.
powerful.
So power.
So power. So much power.
Anyway, what should we do? To be honest, I don't think I can't think of any better plans. Maybe we should tag along with them.
Yeah. Great. Then it's settled. Truth be told, I'm just excited to get out of the cold. Let's go back home and warm up.
Yeah, I think I've had enough snow for one day too.
And follow me and keep close. I'm liable to leave stragglers behind.
What's real? Be careful, Jill. Humans are selfish, savage creatures who can turn on you in an instant.
I can hear you. I'm still here.
Nah. Does Sarissa hate this guy? Oh, low right on time. I think, yeah, she just distrusts humans. So I assume, you know, if you're playing as a human, then this far into the story, which would not be this, because, again, I mean, maybe you don't even meet Sarissa if you're not a human.
Maybe.
Maybe you meet Kai first, because I do know that as a if you play as a human, which is spoiler alert, what Sarissa is, she's not a human if you hadn't figured it out yet.
No.
if you play as a human, then you do meet a different character first. So maybe you don't even meet Sarissa. I was gonna say, like, if you're playing as a human, by this point, this far into the story, Sarissa would trust humans a little bit better because she trusts you. But maybe you don't even have her in the party.
Maybe.
It's actually so... I think it's really, really cute to, like, match her up with a robot at the start. That is so fun. I like this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, she's not a human. Sorry for the spoilers, chat. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to be banned from my own channel now because no spoilers.
I must say, I do like fantasy racism with the racism against humans. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, right? It's very good. We were able to hide in the crowds back at the city, but if you don't watch your back with this one, you'll regret it.
I'm still here.
You're human too, aren't you?
Don't call me that.
I heard from people in other cities that the humans around here were all shady characters. I agree that he doesn't seem that way, though, which has me totally confused. In any case, let's just be careful.
What's the hold, guys?
Hey,
you
your
gotta
face is
keep
fixed.
up. Why are you telling me you... Sorry, I sneezed. Are you telling me you decided you don't like the cold, or you like the cold?
What? No, we're coming. Hold up. Come on, Jill, let's go. And then they run and they hold hands. Oh my god, the game keeps going. Alright, this is like the... Well, yeah, Mama Leo, Mama Lina.
He's just left you, he's gone.
That's okay.
Woo, yeah.
I believe this is like always happens, like after a boss fight, you get a
you get
little treasure room.
Damn, those beasts have some short loot.
Who are you?
Aren't you a human? Not anymore. Now I'm a human. I transitioned. So I'm gonna introduce myself. So hi, I'm Zoe, and I'm a human. I feel like it's gonna get a lot of people going like, stop. And it'll be so fun.
It'll be so fun.
Ooh, ice resist, all resist? What do those do? I don't remember
I feel like all
those.
resist is just better than ice resist.
I assume ice resist is more focused. It's like more resistance, but only for ice.
Would you like to resist just ice or everything? Hard choice.
I think I'd like to resist justice.
Wow.
Slime to armor. Okay, right. Okay, your armor has slots, right.
I think you should ever loot the guy you just buried.
Hold on. Yeah, okay, so, okay, but all resist, okay. It's ice resist level 1, but all resist level 3, so they give the same amount of resistance,
Oh.
but all resist is level 3. I just got really lucky with that drop. So if it was, if they were both level 1, then all resist would give like 1%, you know? Wait, did you loot that guy? I guess we did, like those gorillas wouldn't have all this stuff, would they?
I mean, you don't know what gorillas have these days.
True.
Back in my day, you could be safe and secure the fact that the gorillas had nothing. But these days, ooh.
Oh, gorillas are controlling so much. They're starting, you know, they've been going to school, they've been learning accounting.
Accounting?
They're accounting now, they're accounting for everything. I tried to kill them with a gun, but they had accounted for that and they were wearing a bulletproof vest. I think that's what accounting is. I don't actually know.
I think so too. And we're back. Thankfully, the road home was something to write home about.
Yeah, the guy wasn't gonna use anything. They're starting bands. They're starting fucking bands. They're really good at it too. Gorillas are crazy, dude. I saw one in a movie. They got a role in Nimona, one of them. Did a really good job.
Nice.
The gorilla learned shape-shifting.
I'm glad the game's getting work.
The idea that Nimona is played by a shape-shifting gorilla.
No, I thought I assumed that they tied the individual animals. Like
No.
for each.
No,
No, it's just a gorilla.
it's a gorilla. They did have to hire a dragon. The gorilla couldn't figure out a dragon. Yeah.
Typical.
The dragon was trans, so it's very good.
They had to get a dragon because the dragons have a union.
You're right. The gorillas also have a human union, which is why they hired a gorilla. And it just so happened that it was a shape-shifting gorilla, so it all worked out.
Oh yeah.
You know? Anyway.
Still with me, you too.
Nope.
They just walk out the door.
Oh my god, look at Kai's face. Like, you can see through it now. I mean, I guess you already could. It was just the colors just kind of blended.
I'm disintegrating.
I'm fucking scared. Yep, we're with you. Also, you're disintegrating.
Alright, next up, the quest calendar.
The quest counter? Why?
Why what? We just finished a quest. Go report to the guild. Just don't tell them the guy died.
Oh, okay.
It also means it's time to get paid.
Ooh. Well, Joel and I don't really need any payment. I mean, I feel bad about taking money from the city.
I say take it, moron. Even if you don't need much, money doesn't hurt to have around. And you really don't need it, you can always just blow it all on something fun, right?
Imagine that, a world where you don't really need money.
She turns to you and she's just like, humans truly are savage creatures, they still have currency.
They still haven't completely phased it out. Still.
Nope, it's settled. Sorry, now I can do. You collect your cut and head out to the market.
I really like Kai, he's good.
When
Super
you get there,
nice.
spend on the first one that catches your eye. You hear me?
Alright, fine, we'll take the money. As for what to spend it on, well, I don't know. Jill, can you decide?
Big gun.
Big claws.
You guys can figure that out when you get there. For now, just be sure to drop by the quest counter, alright?
Okay, Kai, bye. Yeehaw! Beep, 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 beep. The
I feel
tagline.
like you got the wrong person to a Texan accent.
I mean, do you want me to take over?
No, it's fine. It's just I don't feel like I'm hitting Texan quite right.
I suppose maybe you're not. But hey, that's alright. It's not about doing a good job, it's about doing the best you can.
Engineer gaming.
Engineer gaming. Yeehaw!
You're ugly.
And another thing. You're ugly. The tagline to Nimona was Imagine Dragons and Gorillas.
I'm imagining both. It's great.
Oh man, it's awesome.
It's great in here.
My beautiful mind.
Yeah.
Welcome to my wonderful mind.
Welcome to my magical realm.
There are dragons and gorillas here, and that's it. Also, I feel like people want to see this robot.
That's a good. Okay, that robot has slightly too defined of a chest. For me.
It's so ugly.
That is. Why does it look like it's wearing a tie, but it's not? What is?
It's so. The boobs just look like. I mean, okay, I know that boobs are just kind of like flesh. Oh my god, my hands broke.
What?
Yeah, my hands are broken.
That's how bad this robot's chest is.
And now they're gonna be. Oh, hey, they didn't get swapped around. That's nice. Anyway, like when they put, like, when you have a robot design and you make the breasts just look like that, like they just look as soft and, or even more like just like as soft and squishy as like anime boobs on a robot. Looks bad. It looks so out of place and weird.
They don't look like boobs. Boobs don't like.
They don't look like boobs.
Like that.
They do not look like boobs.
Fucking weird.
They're so ugly. Like I remember this character, this personality being like alright and stuff, but just anytime I saw her, I was just like, "That's your boobs are weird."
Look of mild concern, like.
Like, are you okay? I'm good, thanks. Bye.
I feel like one of the questions should be, "What is wrong with you?
Why are you like this?"
Who made you?
They're like pockets. Yeah, it's where she just keeps emergency supplies and such.
I was made by a very peculiar man. I killed him.
I killed him good.
But nothing can fix what he has done to me.
Yeah, the shoulder pads are fun.
Yeah.
And also, yes, I like the Quest Counter girls. They have nice designs.
Maybe it's not a robot. Maybe it's just a human, and like they just like got a hole for the breast. This is my robot costume. I hope you don't find it offensive.
I do.
Fuck you.
I would if you didn't have the boobs. She looks like an enemy.
Girl.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
Human cosplaying as a robot. Sarissa was right. Humans are savages.
It's been a while. Oh, sorry.
No, go on. No, yeah, okay, right. You're doing that. Like, it doesn't fit the rest of the armor design. There's just a boob hole covered in fabric. Yeah, like, you could make it work. It just doesn't because it doesn't fit the rest of her design at all. It's so out of place.
Yeah.
And also, they just don't look like boobs. They look like just...
Yeah.
Just like bags with
lumps.
Water in them.
Doesn't
Anyway.
look right. That girl ain't right.
That girl ain't right.
It's been a while since we had sun like this. It feels good. What's up, Sarissa? Did you see something strange?
Huh? No, it's not that.
Oh,
I just...
Sorry. I've got to go there for a sec. Sorry.
Okay, season. It's just... Is the city always this bustling, Kai? Is it? I mean, yeah, I guess this is about normal. When it digs something big up from when a big fucking Christ. When it digs something big up from some ruins, it gets louder. This city is so different from the place I came from. What was that? Oh, nothing. Yeah? Alright then. So, what next, guys? You came all the way from another city, you must have some kind of goal, right? Yes, I have a dream. And that is to realize Sarissa's dream of being a robot. Must have some kind of goal. Not really. At least I don't. I doubt Jill does either. Well, Jill just woke up, right? I'm surprised to hear you say that, though, Sarissa. So what, you just drifted along for kicks? Well, I guess I have a goal. It sounds kind of strange to say, but I want to see the world. Why is that strange? Lots of people are like that. They are? People like to see things? How? Sure. In fact, I'd bet that I just about reckon that everybody gets curious to find out what it's all about at some point in their lives. I did my fair share of wandering for the same reason myself once upon a time. The city looks so much different from the post-apocalyptic dystopian future I'm from. I like the idea that Sarissa just like accidentally let slip another secret truth about herself that contradicts itself. You know? Just every time says something different. I guess that's what you're into, what? If that's what you're into, why don't you partner up with me for a while? You and Jill both. You don't mind? I mean, Jill just woke up, but I must seem kind of strange. People might think you... I didn't think you had a clue about how sketchy you came across. But what do I care what people think? And besides, it's too late. We're already friends now, right? Kai, you're such a good guy. You're such a good Kai. Dude, he doesn't even judge the autistic girlfriends, you know? That is so wonderful. I'm so happy. You met at most 3 hours ago. Listen, this is a world where there are horrible giant gorilla monsters with horns and shit wandering around. I feel like you just have to take life a little bit faster because you never know when it's gonna end. You know what I mean? I think it makes sense. It's like if you were stuck. Okay, imagine you're going through a tunnel in a train, and then both ends of the tunnel collapse and you're stuck inside the wreckage of the train. I feel like you're gonna try to chum up with the other people there a lot faster than you would otherwise. It's like that. You're on a planet that is where you are constantly in imminent danger, you know? I feel like you're gonna try to buddy up with people you seem to get along with and that seem nice and good a lot faster. Cause survival in numbers, you know? I guess you would need to make new friends quickly if your bestie got by the gorilla. Oh no, do you think it was Kai's best friend? That would suck. Never know when you're about to get gorilla. Might as well make a friend or two. Yeah, exactly. Never know when Murdoch gets you. Sarissa's not sketchy. She's my girlfriend. Sorry, you're right. I was just kidding around, Jill. No friend of ours could be bad, right? Man, you're pretty serious, though, aren't you? If you're gonna hang with me, you've got to learn to lighten up. All right. Yes, Kai, thank you. I'd love to tag along. Jill, would you? I know it's selfish to ask, but would you want to stick around too? Yeah! I love when you get an option like this in a video game. It's so funny that they put stuff like this in, because you know it's not gonna do anything. You know, either they're just gonna say like, nah, you wanna come along, and then you do, or they're gonna be like, are you sure? I really feel like you should reconsider, and then you just get the choice again, you know? Just forever. And like the best thing is when if you do it like a couple times, the game just goes like, okay, fuck you, game over. You know, bad end. But one time, yeah, exactly. One time, I'd like for a situation like this, right? Where the question is, do you want to join the party of main characters? And you say no, and then you can just play the game by yourself. You just play the game by yourself, and all story beats are way different or just don't happen. You just kind of happen to make it to the end anyway, even though you have none of the context for it anymore. I feel like that would be funny. Also, Yuzu Adachio, thank you very much for your egg. Boop. That'd be fantastic. A whole other major route. Yeah! Anyway, no, we are nodding eagerly because we are so excited for adventure. Thanks, Jill. Now that that's settled, let's get you guys in to see the mayor. The mayor? What's that? Yeah, basically he's the guy in charge of the city. He also manages us hunters. Why would you... Okay. If you are being brought in to see the mayor, and you're like the mayor, your question is, why? I would imagine, right? Why am I being brought to the mayor? And we know that we, as a robot that woke up without memory, asked Sarissa, a being not from here, a non-human, and with autism, a similar question about a city. And so she started explaining what a city is. In that context, it makes sense. However, Kai, is Kai also autistic? If so, good. But he doesn't feel that autistic. He feels more just like he gets along with people very well. He gets people easily. So why does he start explaining what a mayor is? It's because he's also autistic anyway. Every lesbian friend group has that one cis bisexual guy who pretends to be a cowboy and is called the Grungler for some shit. Exactly. That's Kai. Kai, he's our Grungler. We love him. He is so, like, cis bi though, like, for real. Like a JRPG where you're the chosen one, but if you say no, someone else in the party becomes the chosen one. It just becomes the chosen one. That'd be funny, actually. Nobody told me this was the autism RPG. I think it's the autism. Maybe that's also a reason why I vibe with it so much, you know? So that is someone who has a lesbian friend group with a cis bisexual cowboy adjacent motherfucker who we call Walrus. Awesome. That rules. What a good nickname, Walrus. Can you tell us why? I want to recommend you two to him as new recruits. So, what is a hunter anyway? I've been meaning to ask for a while now. He chose it. Oh, that's awesome. That's so fun. I guess I should start from the beginning here. A hunter is, well, I guess you could call it jack of all trades. We explore ruins, look for missing people, clear out hostiles, you name it. A little bit of everything. And you think we should join? Well, sure. You carried out a quest, so it's only natural that you'd be hunters. The order's usually reversed, but... That's your logic? Wow, Kai, just wow. Well, it's not like there's any harm in sending you into the guild. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I go around recommending anyone I meet. You guys have got what it takes. And what does it take? You fought for a total stranger. You taught of them, and took action. Well, that's the most important part of being a hunter, and to will to work for the sake of others. And you've got it. What? No, we weren't trying to be noble or anything, we just... I acted on instinct. If you had to think before acting, it wouldn't be the same. You guys are a real deal. I'd say you try it. The pay's good, and if you don't like it, you can always quit. Well, Jules, what should we do? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Or if you're bad, you'll die. True. But we didn't die. We fought a bunch of gorillas, and one of them was red. That means they're more powerful. Me and my partner have a friend we call Egg, but they're not cis anymore for reasons that should be obvious.
Nice.
Great. Hi, welcome back.
Hello, I'm done for the evening now. I should be free.
Yay!
Forever.
Awesome. So happy.
I apologize for the interruptions.
That's okay. You'll be here for only a little bit later though, because we'll probably be ending the stream soon.
Fair enough.
Part of me kind of just wants to keep going because I really like it, but also I shouldn't go for too long, you know?
You shouldn't push yourself.
No, I shouldn't. So I'll probably just go until the end of this dialogue. Because, like, okay, it's also like, if I go, like, one more, like, let's just finish the next quest, that's gonna take another half hour at least, you know?
Quest could be 6 hours long.
I mean, there is, like, post-game stuff that takes, like, insanely fucking long. But it's more so, like, the dungeon itself will take a while, but all of the cutscenes, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's the case with these kinds of games.
Leave it to me.
Leave it to me! I'll leave it to you, Sarissa. Hey, I asked you because I couldn't decide. Oh, sorry. It does seem like a good way to gather information. Alright, we'll join you.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
I hope you're okay with this, Joel, but I'm sure this is the right thing to do.
So great. Let's go see the mayor then. His office is in that big building we came through. It's on the right when you enter the building. Pretty obvious. I don't think you have any trouble finding it.
Is that a challenge?
And another thing, you're ugly.
No! I crumble.
Yeehaw!
Children. Hello, child.
Hi, lady!
No, you can go.
Hi, lady. You know, I just knew you were Hannah. She's I'm so jealous of you. Oh, lady. I want to be a hunter right now so I can fight some hostiles. When I'm a hunter, I'm gonna pack weapons and mow down the hostiles when they come at me. It's gonna be so cool.
It's gonna be so cool. No, wait, it's gonna be so awesome. It's gonna be so cool.
I can't wait to commit violence. in fact, I bet I'll fight even better than you, lady. I work out every day, so watch out. Hey, don't get mad. Maybe you should rank up before I get old enough.
Maybe you're never gonna get old enough.
I'll still whiz right past you, though. Oh, I do wish I could be a hunter
There's so
now.
much dialogue.
Isn't this where I could speed up time?
No,
I think
dies. I mean, kills.
I think you should be a hunter now. Well, you're still too young to die.
Find those gorillas. You were almost a jewel sandwich.
He looks like a rock. How rude.
Fucked up. Mean things to say to an annoying child.
I'm a hunter because the ESRB won't let me die.
I had a close friend in high school who's the most obviously transmasc I've ever met. But now she's married to the fundamentalist Catholic guy. Oh. She was like, yeah, Mulana's my favorite movie because she sings that song about a reflection not matching how she feels. And it hits me real hard. Anyways. I mean, you shouldn't make assumptions about real people. Like about their queer identity and stuff. But, I mean, I can totally see how you would, that makes you go like, I feel like you are probably transmasc. And then from this Catholic guy, ugh.
Okay, here's the thing. You shouldn't make assumptions about real people, right? But you should absolutely kill her husband.
Yes.
Like, I don't even care if she is transmasc. You should just kill her husband.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're trans? I don't know that. Me? Are you talking about me? Because, yes, I am trans. You can tell by all of the flags.
I don't believe you.
That is insane to me, by the way. The fact that people sometimes say that they don't realize I'm trans, it's like, what do you mean? I mean, that's awesome. I'm just so shocked.
I mean, if I didn't know, I wouldn't think so.
How wouldn't you know? I feel like I sound trans.
No.
No, I don't.
No. Trust me, so you sound like a girl.
I really
no, you don't think so. You definitely do.
Okay.
You're always on about focusing on your voice. You sound fine all of the time.
That's awesome. That's so happy. Yay.
You did it. You passed.
I believe it made yeah. I'm passing. Yay. My mom was saying that too. Like, we were in the car at some point, and she was yippee, and she was telling me like, I cannot imagine I cannot conceive how anybody would not how anybody would not just think that you're like just a cis girl, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's hard for me to grasp to imagine, Also, you're ignoring the question. Are you from Gundam SD? I'm afraid I'm not, because I don't know which Gundam that is, and I'm not. I'm sorry.
So,
I am from me.
sometimes it is the things that make us happiest which are the hardest to grasp.
That is true. Like, you feel like you haven't deserved it. You haven't attained that yet, you know? The Chibi Gundam. Oh, that's cute. But no, I'm sorry.
Oh, you
I
have
do
to
like those.
I do like the look of those chibi Gundams though. Also, they remind me of this anime that had a toy line. What was it called again? Yeah, I like these little toys, and you could shot marbles. They shot little marbles. What was that called? It wasn't Bakugan. Beetleman, I think, is what that was called. I think. It was, I didn't really care that much for the anime, but the toys were actually really, really fun. I had a friend who got like a big allowance.
That's
And no, it was awesome. And he had a lot of allowance, and so he bought a lot of like those battle maps, you know? And we would play that together a lot, and it was really fun. It was actually a really good little game, and I had one Peter Man. He had like 5, but I had one. Woo! Stargazer, thank you very much for following. I only had one, but it was very dear to me, you know? I liked it. Maybe I should look into getting one of those again. That might be fun.
Anyway. I feel like most people should realize that I'm trans,
when I do a bit like this.
you know?
I think you're just a good voice actor.
I am.
When you switch from uwu back to normal and be like, anyway, it reminds me of that bit with that Luigi bit. Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario.
Like you got Mario being like, now here's my brother Luigi to tell you. You're getting
Yeah,
past some information.
Hello,
Hello,
Mario.
Mario.
Here's my brother Luigi to teach a whole a pizza pasta load of informazione.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario.
So good. I do a sippy. There was some more questions that I didn't respond to, I think. I could totally see someone not realizing you're trans. Your voice is super good. I do really appreciate that. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things where like you don't see it yourself because you feel like you could go further or something, you know. But I guess I don't really have to. Like I said, I was close friends with her in high school. Oh, the person who liked Mulan. She used to talk about how much she wished she had been born a boy. Okay, yeah, that's a trans mask then. Did I already say thank you to Escargotti for subscribing? Because if not, then thank you.
I don't think you did.
It throws me off so much when you roll out the low voice. I think it's so funny. Like my mom too. Like anytime I do it in her presence, she's just like,
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, mother. It is me, Zoe.
It's me, Zoe Gauntlet Queen.
I think you're drop deckers. Wow. You don't even know what I look like.
Okay.
It's a little. You don't even know what I look like unless you've seen selfies, I guess. Even the low voice is filtered or contextualized through your natural feminine voice. You still sound like a girl. Really?
Hello, B. I can see that. you definitely sound like you're pretending to have a masculine voice rather than actually having one.
Damn. Okay. That is, but that is amazing though, because at some point I sounded like I was pretending to have a feminine voice, right? Like when
That's
I was
what practice will do for you.
Yeah, like that when I was starting voice training, I sounded like I was pretending to have a feminine voice, and now the feminine voice is so natural that I could not do my old voice if I tried, you know? That is so funny and awesome and pog and cool and based and fun.
What a great thing to learn on a HRT anniversary.
Yeah!
Happy HRT anniversary to me.
Happy birthday, Zoe.
Thank you. Anyway, yeah, these characters like say different things depending on how far you are in the story and stuff, but we're not
Merry
gonna...
Christmas, sorry.
Oh, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Jody.
Thank you. I gotta be honest, me and Zoe watched the Costume Quest Christmas special the other day. It actually got me in the Christmas mood despite being nowhere near Christmas.
No, what? We're supposed to be in the Halloween spirit. No, stop it.
It's too late.
Jody, we're gonna have to watch something spooky after this.
Okay. What's spooky?
Nothing.
Nothing is spooky. Because you're so brave.
The Amazing Digital Circus!
That was really good, to be fair.
Yeah,
It wasn't spooky, but it was very good.
Yeah, it was. It had some unnerving moments, but yeah, I love the Amazing Digital Circus. It's really fucking good. So what's this stuff again? Oh.
Who's this guy?
I don't know, but it looks great.
This guy looks like a completely different.
Yeah, it's fun.
This dude is from like fucking Warhammer or something.
Which is what trans girls do behind closed doors.
It's true.
First you need to change your weapons to right, grinders. I remember. It's all coming back to me, chat. Also because it's also not as gone as it could be because I've played Phantasy Star Online 2 more recently, so. I feel that. I'm staying over at my parents for Christmas, so we're both in a Jingle Bells mood instead of a Jingle Bones mood. This is so sad, y'all. You guys have to... You have to watch spooky things and play spooky things. You have to be in the spooky mood.
Okay.
Listen, look how purple the borders of my stream are right now. The background of my stream is purple. That's because it's spooky month. Please remember it is spooky month. I think maybe you guys need to be scared by something. Let me just get something.
Zoe?
Yes?
Ooh. Good job, everyone did it.
Yeah, that was great. This is the most Texas human, you're right. This is the most yeest of haws that ever lived. Okay.
Can I tell a scary story?
Okay, I hope everybody in chat was scared by that. Yes, you may do so.
Okay, one sec. Let me find this ghost. I've got one here somewhere. One sec. Oh, this one. Where is it?
Okay, I have to keep one gun.
I see. This is you're selling stuff to this guy.
Yes.
Does he sell gauntlets?
Oh right, you had gun blades. I forgot about that.
Yo, just like Final Fantasy.
Yep. Just like it. And we get the bazooka because that's cool and fun.
There are 5 fantasies.
Oh goodness me, that was scary. What was that? Who knows? It was like a cryptid or some shit.
There's no such thing as cryptids. Are ridiculous.
I can't believe you'd be so sad.
I'm a goat.
You're a ba.
I'm a bad.
You're a ba.
Good. I found a scary story.
Okay, wait, you had to find one?
Yes.
I thought you just had one that you were gonna tell.
I get out of bed at 2:34 a.m. I go to toilet to take shit. Toilet is not there. Gone.
Stolen!
Stolen. 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 Stolen.
Stolen! Oh my god.
Horrifying. Honestly, if that happened to me, I would be terrified.
I mean, yeah.
Where's my toilet gone?
Where did my toilet gone?
Stolen.
So real, so true, so stolen. Oh, character.
Oh, come on in.
Come on in.
Damn, that's a fruity little number you're wearing.
Yeah, don't I know it? I like people to know I'm gay. Can't have that shit. That's really. I haven't seen anybody else say that yet on that audio post that I made. I haven't seen anybody say "can't have a shit" in Detroit. That's awesome. Oh wait, I did see someone say "can't take shit" in Detroit, which I guess is that. I just didn't get it until now.
Wait, hang on. The lines are on this guy now.
I think it's just the character that's on the left of the screen.
Weird. That's a weird issue to have.
That's very odd. When they're in the middle or on the right, it's fine, but... Well, as long as that's the only issue we have with this very real copy of the game, then everything's fine. Yeah.
I've bad news.
What?
Your special DS that you have had modified for streaming has some dead pixels on the screen.
Yeah, that's a big sad. I guess
That's
I have
true.
to...
You emailed it off to Nintendo and they
I did,
made
yes,
it
and they were like,
streaming.
of course, we're big fans. And I said like, yeah, fuck you. Anyway, thanks. Hate your guts.
and they were like, damn, she's just like she's on stream.
Wow, she's so genuine on stream, you know, like some streamers they fake the way that they act on stream and stuff, but not Zoe. She's so real.
Not Zoe. She really does hate her guts.
She really does hate us, and that's wonderful, you know. I was also always wondering if it was real or not, but it is real, and that's wonderful.
Yo, can I get your autograph? Fuck you!
Fuck you! And then I punched him in the face, and it's like, I'm never washing my face again.
I'm never getting this wound healed.
Fuck no, you're not. And then I throw a bunch of salt on him.
What the fuck? Okay, that's a bit too far. Like that's gone from playful punching out businessman to fucking torture at that point. Like you've overstepped the line there.
Nintendo tortures the consumers.
The consumers.
So good. Sorry if it's off topic, but while it's on my mind, I really wish Mulan had gone all in on the trans mask rap. That movie would have cracked eggs like a nuke. That is off topic, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Just kidding. And yeah, that would have been really, really, really good if it had been full on.
Which one's Mulan again?
Mulan is the one about the girl who like pretends to be it's like everybody in she's the girl who pretends to be a guy so she can get into the army, and then a small dragon voiced by a famous person helps her out, but he's kind of like a dipshit. Okay. And then the general is ow. And then the general is like grappling with his feelings because he's like, oh no, am I gay for this man? Am I gay? And then it turns out she's a woman. He's like, oh, thank God. I don't have to consider those feelings anymore. You know?
I see. I gotta be honest, I don't think I've ever heard of a worse reason to dress up like a man.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's specifically... Okay, she does it because... not because she wants to join the army, but because the eldest man in every family is being drafted in the army. And in her family, it's her father, who is very old and hurt. He has he is basically disabled from like his previous time in the war. So she's like, I can't let him do that again, so I'm gonna go.
Okay, I see. That makes sense, I suppose.
No, yeah, she's got a good reason for it.
Take him on for the team.
She's not just like, oh fuck yeah, I can't wait to lick some boots, you know?
Damn, I can only lick some boots if I'm a man. Well,
yeah.
Guess this is gonna do what you gotta do.
Guess I gotta. No, it's fine.
Which is extremely weird. You think like army dudes would be fine with a girl licking their boots, but you know, I guess.
No. It's kind of like that superstition of like saying that having a woman on a ship is like bad luck, you know?
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah. In the end, Shang really did make a man out of me. See, that would have been perfect. If they had fully gone trans mask, she could have said that. That would have been so good. She sings a song about being trans mask, has a musical number about becoming a man, then goes back to being a woman at the end of the film. I know, it's very lame.
I mean, I think we should support the experimentation at least.
That's true. And
like,
I mean,
not everyone who has some experimentation with different genders remains. You know, maybe they go back to being their both, and maybe they're like, no, this is right for me actually. So I think it's fine that she goes back.
I mean, if that was more so the angle they took and not just that she was doing it as a means to an end. You know, that's the thing, like they just don't have an angle at all in terms of any kind of queer stuff in the movie.
That's fair, I guess. I feel like it's good to not stigmatize going back after some experimentation, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is true. Anyway.
Well, hello, Kai.
Hold on, he's texting.
Why is he
Well,
texting?
hello, Kai. It's rare to see you here. You're usually across the hall at the guild. There we go, I got the voice. What can I do for you?
Yeah. Oh, nothing major. I just dropped by to recommend these two hunters. This is Jewel and this is Sarissa.
Hello.
Yeah, they do have a good look to them, don't they? Ah, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself.
No.
What? What was that?
No, it's fine. Go on. Sorry.
All right, then. My name is Dairon. Or maybe Dairon. Who's to say? I'm the mayor of this here city and the master of the Hunters Guild here. Back to the matter at hand. Kai's word is certainly good enough for me. If you want him, the positions are yours. How did you find these two, Kai?
They were covered in blood.
I have a question.
Okay.
Why is he recommending them? Because they only did one job, which I stole, and the guy died. This seems like a bad idea.
It's true. It's true. I found them in the woods. They had slaughtered a bunch of critters alike, and they buried, the person that someone else was supposed to rescue. We can't verify whether or not they killed them, but they sure know how to fight.
Current success count -1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Maybe, we're just kind of short-staffed right now, so
We need who we can get.
we'll just only send them on elimination missions.
They only send you on elimination missions, but you don't actually kill anyone. Like the people just die on accidents before you get there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The other piece of news is I've got to tell you. Taz didn't make it. I went up there as fast as I could, but it was too late.
Can't believe we have a name for him now.
The Tasmanian Devil.
Finally put to rest. Good rid. Anyway. Conversations you hear when you were about to be so overworked. Didn't make it.
Yes, I saw you take off in a hurry. I'm very sorry to hear we lost him.
These two finished off the hostile that did it, then buried Taz. That earned them my mark, and here we are. I see. You didn't think to bring him back
Hey,
to
that's
his
me.
family. I know.
I was yawning.
I was
wait.
making a
Oh,
joke.
right. Okay. Sorry. I didn't register.
Did you think he actually said, I see? You
I
didn't
was
think to
still
bring him back to his
sort of
family?
recovering from my yawn, so I didn't properly process what you said yet.
I see. When you didn't think to bring the body to his family or nothing. I mean, the teleporter was right there, right? So, sounds like you could have just... Kai, you're a big man. You could have just unearthed them, carry them to the portal. No.
Look, you live in the field, you die in the field. That's what I say.
Well, you know what? I've always respected that about you. I'd say I've heard more than enough then.
You're gonna die in a field.
You're about to die in the field.
Okay, so now he's looking like at us, forward, instead of sort of like at an angle, and now his face isn't misaligned, so... So what's going on? It's very odd. Anyway.
Jules, Sharissa, welcome to the guild. You are hereby hunters. Let me also take this moment to thank you for the service you've done our friend and brother Taz.
We did a
No,
sentence.
there's no need to thank us. We weren't able to do anything to help him.
You did your best. My face fucked again. And you know what? I'm thinking about it, and I'm at an angle now, and you don't see it when I'm front facing, so I think my eyes and mouth are just hovering slightly in front of my head.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. You did your best. I'm sure you'd appreciate what you've done.
Did the pale tree just send this man to die in the field?
Nobody's gonna get that.
Go down the field.
I'm cool with being buried in a field. I want to be able to. I want to be buried like in nature. You know, that's the thing they do now. You know, like they build. They plant you underneath like a little tree, slice of a tree, on which they engrave like your name and stuff, and then you will fertilize the forest. That's what I want. That's 100% what I want. I don't want to be buried in a graveyard or be cremated. I want to help nature. That's what I want, you know?
Yeah, that's what I've always hated about graveyards, is I feel like it's a waste.
It's absolutely a waste.
Because, no offense to anyone who likes their corpse for whatever reason, but I think you should be used to fertilize nature. That's the natural way of things. Like, things live, things die, and then the nutrients go back into the earth.
Yep. It's like Android 17 always says, tend to the earth or become the fertilizer that feeds it. That's the thing he says. It's pretty raw. I don't care as long as I'm A, with my wife, and B, not open casket, and C, not with certain folks. And you have the capacity to call me sweetie, but it's a little weird, Stargazer. I don't think you should. But thanks for asking. Instead of
extremely parasocial.
It's pretty parasocial. You can certainly say nice things about me, but sweetie feels a little too close. No, but I see. Like, okay, the reason why I want to be buried in a graveyard is so that people can come and look upon your grave and be like, I'm remembering, ooh, you know? But what I like much more is that people would be able to go on a nice walk through the woods and know that I am helping it be nice, you know? Because there are a few things as important to me as nature. So being in nature and helping nature as a corpse beyond my death, that's wonderful. You know?
Okay, here is another thing though.
Like
even if you don't put like the gravestone, even if you want a gravestone so people can come and remember, why does it matter if your corpse is under there? Why is it? Well, you can just have a gravestone without the corpse being there. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
I stretched. Yes, I completely agree with you, Jody. The corpse doesn't really need to be there. You just need something to remember the person by. It doesn't have to be a corpse.
But no, it's very important that my body is used for nature to me. Like if that wish is not followed through on, I will haunt everyone who made that decision.
Agreed. Me too. I do appreciate a green space. It's nice.
Yeah.
Buried in the haunted cabin in the woods. I want to haunt the cabin. Yay! It used to be just a cabin in the woods, but then they buried me there. Now it's a haunted cabin.
Cool.
Maybe the guy wanted his death to be marked by 2 rowdy gorillas. Yeah, we don't know actually. Maybe we disrespected his final wish.
You ruined his memorial with those 4 gorillas.
It was 4 gorillas.
You killed all 4 of his memorial gorillas.
I feel so bad.
But enough talk. Hold on. Yeehaw. Yeah, I sure am from Texas. But enough sad talk for today.
Have at you.
Have at you. This is a happy day that we can welcome 2 new hunters into our family. It wouldn't do to tarnish that with tears. I'll take care of the paperwork here. You 2 will be in the system by the time you get to the quest counter.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
New quest
no time for tears. Taz will not be mourned.
No mourning. It's afternoon, after all. Well, see, here's the thing. I got a lot of hunters.
They all die a lot.
They die a lot. I can't afford to get attached. New quests are added periodically. Drop by the quest counter from time to time to see what's new.
Oh, that's right. For now, it'll be up to you to decide what quest you take. No one ever got to be a great hunter by just blindly following orders. You can also head out to different areas in your own time outside the quest, if you want. There, you can help clear out hostiles, gain experience, and hunt for items. It's all up to you, and you can return to sea whenever you want. To do that, just tell the lady at the counter where you want to go, and she'll set up the teleporter for you.
So basically, we go to the quest counter for everything. Is that right?
That's the long and short of it. At least that should cover the basics. With that taken care of, I'd like to ask you two a question. I can tell you're not from here, which leads me to ask you, please, what do you think of this here city?
I'd like to ask you two a question. Are you lesbians?
I notice you holding hands a lot, exchanging glances, giggles, and blushes. At one point, one of you kissed the other on the cheek, and then you got all flustered. And I just want you to know, I really
we don't allow
support
that in this here city.
I need you to go. I need you to you keep that behind closed doors and off working hours, all right?
I don't think I want to work here.
That guy thing gets you killed in the field, don't you know?
It's not that I don't support it, it's just that it distracts you from the job.
Mm-hmm.
Please, I'd hate for you to die. We really need some diversity on the force. It's all just cowboys.
It's all just cowboys. That's why they let you in so quickly, because you're diversity higher.
Even with you two joining and Taz dead, it's still 90% cowboys.
There's so many fucking cowboys. It's a fucking sausage fest out here. I tell you, help me.
So I need you guys to not do that out on the field. That's how I lost my husband.
Still enough from Asgard Guardian chat.
Ever since I became the cowboy mayor, I've wanted this fun city to be a haven for Yuri.
What a strange thing to want to be.
But it's
as
just
a cowboy
cowboys. Everybody's just a fucking cowboy.
Maybe you should have become mayor of Cowboy City, then you dumb fuck.
God, I hadn't thought about that until now. Damn. Maybe you should be mayor. You seem very smart. Maybe then I can go die out in the field and be with my hubby.
Where's my husband, Taz? I hope those 4 gorillas are still marking his grave.
They were his dearest pets.
Anyway, I have no basis for comparison.
That's true.
So funny.
I have no basis for comparison. I don't know what a city is.
I still haven't really been told what a city is. He had a huge mandate. It's a very popular issue. A huge mandate?
Oh. Sounds pretty gay to me.
Yeah, damn. I do think I have no basis for comparison is really funny.
It is, yes.
And we don't. We don't.
Wow.
Oh, he takes as well, okay.
Recently awakened, are ya? I suppose I'll have to wait to hear your opinion then.
Is that all you wanted to say? I think we're ready to take off.
Yes, that's all from me. You're all free to go. Oh, but before you are free to go, Sarissa, I must admit I've heard rumors about you. You've come quite a ways away.
Are you an alien?
Nothing, empty. I'd like to ask a question, if I might do so.
You have a lot of those.
Yep. I sure do. Back where you're from, did you hear of any news about people intent on destroying ruins?
Destroying ruins?
Are you serious? You serious?
You serious?
I've lost the cowboy. Yeah. You serious? No, completely wrong. I can't do it again. I can't find it.
Just be like, yeehaw, do you reckon
Yeehaw.
that...
Are you serious? What kind of nut? Those ruins are process ancient technology. They're our lifelines.
I fucking love the expressions on some of these characters and stuff. Like, it's a simple pose. It's just fun. It's just ingrained in my mind. I see this and I'm like, ha, yay, you know?
Our ruins are destroyed?
Well, they can always get more destroyed.
So true.
Also, no questions allowed, filthy human. I mean, wait, I am human. You filthy person.
Man.
There we go. I filthy man. I'm a lesbian. Yeah, I salvaged it.
Like I salvaged his girlfriend. Why on earth would someone want to mess with that? Are you sure about this, man?
I'm afraid I am. The details are still foggy, but I've gotten reports to that end from other cities. These were ruins that had yet to be explored by us, and they appear to have been destroyed purposefully. Sarissa, do you got any ideas?
No, I haven't heard anything about that. Sorry.
I still can't wrap my head around someone that destroyed ruins. Are you sure it wasn't hostiles that did it?
The damage came primarily from weapons and technique use.
That means magic.
And there are reports of people spotted leaving the scene.
I think it means magic. I think techniques are all magic. I'm not 100% sure.
People, I knew it.
I fucking hate people.
Unbelievable. Why would they? Can't think of a single thing anyone would stand to gain from doing that.
Are you feeling okay, my love? What? Yeah.
I was just ruminating on my hatred for humans.
Haha, okay. If you keep doing that, I'm also gonna start hating humans. It's gonna rub off on me, you know? I'm fine, Jill. Sorry for spacing out. It looks like Kai ran off while I was zoning out. Let's go catch up to him. He's probably at the quest counter. Haha, let's... Oh, more... Yeehaw!
You just hear that in the distance.
Yeehaw!
Say, Sarissa, I can't help but notice you're not a cowboy. You're not from here, are you?
You're not from here, are you? We need you on the force now.
Ha! I thought you'd be here. Don't go ditching us like that.
Oh, sorry about that. When I dropped past the quest counter, one of the quests caught my eye.
Which one? See, now Sarissa has it.
Huh.
That is such a weird issue.
Kill 4 gorillas?
Kill 4... Revive 4 gorillas.
Revive 4 gorillas? Signed to the ghost of Countess.
And get the fuckers that killed them. Communication with expedition to Azeti wetlands lost. Immediate search and rescue requested. What do they mean by expedition?
It's a group of
It's a group of fuckers. It's a group of stupid fucks who go around and just gotta fuck around over there. Oh, I hate him.
It's a group of fuckers who go searching through dangerous territory for ruins and stuff.
That seems like a rough job. Blah, 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 blah. That seems like a rough job. And now they're lost somewhere in that dangerous territory?
Sounds like it. Pretend you didn't even... I have no desire to rescue humans.
I don't care. My girlfriend hates humans, so do I. And she's like, wait, no. What if we change the heart? No. Let's accept that quest. Let's go help them. You're horrible, Kai. You brought that quest up knowing we'd go for it. Why not just ask us straight up?
Haha, busted. What can I say? Busted. What can I say?
Busted.
What can I say? I figured you'd help, but I didn't want to force on you. Let's do it, guys. Whenever you're set to go, that is. Sarissa and I will handle the paperwork. You go get ready, then drop by the quest counter and we'll go.
So, there are some things that I remember of this game. Major
Yes.
story beats and stuff like that, a couple gameplay things, some bosses and such. Wait, Ojo Samakai sounds legit. Sure, if Jody's not here to voice Kai next time, then I will do Ojo Samakai the whole time.
What does Ojo Samakai sound like?
Well, like... like that kind of laugh, you know, that kind of character. I guess you don't watch anime, so I just don't know.
No, you sound like Queen from Deltarune, so that's my one reference for that.
Oh, there you go. Chris, get the potassium.
Get the potassium.
Get the banana, Chris. Potassium. Anyway.
Delicious.
So there are. Anyway.
It's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing.
It's the same kind of thing. You just make a different noise, but it's the same. It's the same system, just utilized differently. Anyway, so there.
Perfect.
Anyway, so there are things that I remember from the game, and one thing that I remember very explicitly is that the next story mission is very hard.
Okay.
As in, it feels way too hard. It's specifically, I think, for casts. I think this mission you usually get later on, or at very least, like maybe not the exact same mission, but it's the same framework. You go to the same place, you have the same boss fight and stuff.
Yeah.
You usually with the other classes or the other races, you get that later in the story, and they didn't balance that properly, so it's really hard for a robot.
Oh,
Yes, my gauntlets are also trans. I am. Today is my HRT anniversary, so I'm wearing my trans color palette. Usually I have a different color palette, but I've got this one for this.
She's not usually this trans, but today she's maxed. She's trans maxing, as they say.
I'm on full display. I also I've considered making pride color swaps for my other pride flags, which you can see in the top right corner. Also, it swaps right now. It's lesbian, but the thing is that my regular colors are already lesbian, so I could still make A's though, maybe. It's so hard to see with all the colors and other stuff on stream. Yeah, sorry, it's kind of a bit of a busy stream right now with the trans pride flag in the background of the game view as well. That's not usually there. Anyway, so that boss is really hard. So usually when I would play this game, I would grind for a bit. So let me see if there are grindy quests right now. Well, the grindy quest is not right, but
I thought you were gonna end after like 5 dialogues ago.
I am. I'm just saying what we're gonna do next time.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if you start grinding now, I'm gonna have to seriously question you on this decision.
No, it's fine. So
Not that I'm not having fun, you know, but
no, of course. Ooh, I gotta do a sippy.
Nice.
Also, Jody is cute. You're so right.
Oh, thank you.
You know what's kind of funny though?
Oh, thank you. That will not save you.
Nice. A spell swap is just troll swap queen in a purple dress. Yeah, that's true. I could just do that. It'd be kind of funny actually. But what I also think is kind of funny is that the robot we have here in the background is like the default design for the robot that we're playing as.
Yeah.
And I put that on. I went through the trouble of cutting it out of a hard to find scan of the art book for this game. And then like cutting it out real nice and making it look good and stuff. And now we don't even look like that.
No, it's true. Waste of time.
Waste of my fucking time. Anyway, so since we have to do some, well, okay, here's the question, I guess. Let's do a little bit of a vote about it. So if one of the mods could get their trigger finger ready to do a poll.
I'm already on it.
Thank you. We could have a vote about whether or not I should grind next time, which, you know, will not include new story content, but like maybe we'll get some special drops or something, you know? And we can talk during it, of course. Or whether or not I should grind off stream, probably in the Discord. And then just like start next stream with the story content. If we could vote for that, that would be great. That'll be the last thing we do today before we end the stream.
Fuck's sake, I always forget there's a limit when you can type. There you go. I'll do it for 3 minutes. Stop on.
That's too long. Okay.
Okay, sorry, it's too late now. I'm sorry.
Well, we can just cancel it, I think. Can we?
I mean, by the time we cancel it and like restart it, like
I canceled it now. That was way faster.
Okay, fine.
It's okay, but like next time when I'm like asking for the poll in a moment, you just make it 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, fine.
Grinding on stream will just make more Gauntlet Queen and Friends podcast material, which I'm all for. That is true. Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Go.
There you go. Thank you very much. I will also say that the next Phantasy Star Zero stream is not going to be for. I'm not going to have one next week. I'm a little too busy, and since it is Spooktober, like I've got a couple streams, like collab streams that I can't like move. So it is Spooktober, so I want to focus on finishing the spooky games this month if I can, you know. So no Phantasy Star next week, but it will be back the week after. So remember to vote. And what else do you play? Queen Sama. Ooh. Well, I play all sorts of things. I am desperately trying to play through all of Kingdom Hearts, the entire series, but it hasn't happened for a while. I play Sonic games. I'm currently playing through Gregory Horror Show and Luigi's Mansion. I just play like a lot of types of games, really. Like I play first-person shooters. I play platformers.
Stream has one handling. I said stream has one of pole handling.
Oh yes, so it has. All right, so next stream we will do some grinding before we get to the main story. I built Lego. Also, I built Lego on stream. And I am so fucking busy all the time. I have so much stuff that I'm trying to stream, but I will get back to book reading also.
What did you say ew to?
Yeah, what did you say ew? Sonic? Did you say ew to Sonic or to Kingdom Hearts? Rude.
Very judgmental, aren't you?
Very.
First-person shooters I will fucking kill you.
Okay, listen. Okay, you don't have to like them, I will say, but first-person shooter is only a genre. It is a very wide, varied genre. You won't find me playing Call of Duty or fucking Overwatch or some shit like that, you know? Like what's like an FPS that I've played on stream?
Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime. Stuff like that, you know? I played Metroid Prime. You know, Ultra Kill also. I played that one on stream as well, correct? Anyway, yeah, basically I am very much a variety streamer. I play all kinds of fucking games, and I do things that aren't games, you know? Now it's time for me to do my favorite thing to do after a stream, sleep.
How do you feel about Borderlands? She's very normal about Borderlands.
Yeah, that's definitely not like one of my favorite franchises. I definitely don't have like the collector's edition of the Borderlands TTRPG or anything like that. I really like Borderlands. I think Borderlands has gets a bad rap. I don't think it's perfect. Obviously, nothing is perfect, but it gets a bad reputation. Yes, there is a tabletop RPG. It's called Bunkers and Badasses, and it's actually really fun. I wish I had more time to run it. Is Clone still around? Not right now, I think. I think Clone is probably somewhere else. I haven't seen him in a bit. Why, if I may ask? Because do you need something?
If you need something, I'm also a moderator.
That's true. and even I could do it. But yeah, the Bunkers and Badasses Borderlands TTRPG has a really good way of like incorporating the gunplay and gun collection of the video games. It's very clever with how it uses guns. It's very cool. I've well adapted daydreaming and I forget things or just not paying it full attention, so bear with me, please. That's okay. That's totally fine. You also do not have to call me my lord or anything. You can call me boss. At most, you can call me Zoe or Gauntlet or Queen or boss. All of those are okay.
Yes, okay, you can DM me.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, good. I'll look it up.
Nickname,
Yeah.
that's up for Zoe to decide, and she's decided no. So
I don't think my lord is particularly bad. It's just it feels a bit too much to me personally. Have a nice sleep, boss. Thank you. I do have boss vibes though, don't I? And you guys are my little U-bots, you know, you're my funny little gang, you know? Yeah, it's fun. We have fun. And I'm a video game boss also. Now, let's fight someone to raid. Gosh, I am looking upon my list of following channels that I follow, and I'm thinking,
I have a good idea who it is.
What is it?
Do you want me to say? Because if you don't end up raiding, that'll be awkward.
I mean, just say it, put it in streaming text first, and I saw the rotating boobs again.
1 second. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep, I thought so.
And also what I was considering, I don't know, I fucking love AOL. She's so good and fun. I don't know, I have other options here, but I'm just like, man, yeah, you know, like my friend AOL who's streaming Silent Hill 3. You know, again, it is Spooktober, and we haven't been very spooky here this stream, except for the one moment where I totally spooked you guys with that scary video. So I think we're gonna bring it over to Hell, to get you guys into spooky mood, because she is currently playing Silent Hill 3.
Yeah.
And if we're lucky, but it is totally up to her, you'll even get a little bit more of me. But we'll see if that happens. So the raid message will be best wishes from the Yuri
Cowboy
Diversity Hire from at Cowboy City.
Cowboy University.
This is the raid message. Now, oh wait, hold on a second. We're not raiding yet. Jody, do you want to plug anything real quick?
Oh, I'll plug me. Twitch.tv/Dynalope. I'm also a variety streamer. Yes, that's just it. That's it.
You may give yourself a shout out if you wish.
I'm very good and fun, I promise.
You are. They should know. You've been here the whole time.
It's true. I am. I have been here the whole time.
Also, yes, America Online. That's correct. Yes. As for me, I will be back next week with some spooky streams. If you want to stay up to date with what I do, ! link in socials, and you get a link that leads to my little website. Also, hi Clone, you're back. That leads to my website. That has all my links to all my various things in it. You can figure it out from there. Discord is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm going to do, but you don't have to worry about joining a whole community if you don't want to, because that would give me a lot of pressure for some people, and I get that, so no worries. All you get is an announcements channel for streams, and a channel explaining how to get into a full community if you want to, but there is absolutely no obligation whatsoever. Now we're going to go raid.
Yeah.
We're gonna wait just a little bit for the raid to prepare, and also, if you guys want to come along with the raid, but you are not brought along automatically because Twitch is a fucking dum-dum, just stay in chat and I will post the link, and then you can still join. Okay, well everyone, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much for joining me on my HRT anniversary. It's been really fun. I can't wait to play more of this game that I love so much, and I'm having a lot of fun. And yeah. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you for coming.
Bye, bye.